Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
It has been a blockbuster.
Hot shots fire.
The legend.
Sharpshooters strike.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is in seventh heaven.
And thrill seekers zoom. There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.
Champion man, Patsy Pippin.
Really wonderful champion. John Higgins. Creating snooker history. A new chapter in snooker history is written.
Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to Judgment Day Part 1 in Ponds Forge in Sheffield. A hugely significant 48 hours in the lives of 32 players desperate to join the top 16 in the big draw tomorrow for the start of the Cazoo UK Championship on Saturday, one of our sport's ultimate annual events. We've had 4 days of fabulous action. World champions have been knocked out, former UK champions have been knocked out, but here we stand right on the verge of discovering the 16 names who'll be joining the top seeds. Speaking of world champions, the tournament's loss is the broadcasting commentary box's gain. A very good afternoon to Ken Doherty. Unlucky at losing your match. But Ken, I don't know about you, I love the rejigged format here. We're down to 2 tables straight away at the Barbican. Yeah. The prize for the winners today and tomorrow is huge.
Yeah, massive. You know, the opportunity to play in the Barbican, and of course it's only 2 tables. The format has completely changed. It's a bit like the World Championship qualifying, and I think it gives all the lads, I mean, you know, because they're playing in their own little groups and trying to qualify as they go up the ladder, and I think that's very, very important, you know, going forward, particularly for some of the big events.
And also, I like the fact that the changes have been made because we always traditionally viewed the UK Championship as the second most important event on the calendar. But the Masters raised the bar in January, and I like what they've done with it. Yeah,
and I think this year you're going to see a different UK Championship. The fact that we only have 2 tables, the venue is going to be completely different. It's not going to be the open 4 tables. There was just too much going on, I felt, in that arena. Whereas now there's going to be the focus on the 2 tables. I think the crowd will love it even more, and I think that the players will really enjoy it as well.
Right. Of all the matches this afternoon, the one that's generating the headlines, Dominic Dale against Jimmy White. I mean, this is an amazing, amazing story, isn't it? Jimmy White, at the age of 60, 1 win away from his first appearance in the UK, last 32, for more than a decade.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, and he's had some great wins this week, Jimmy. I mean, he's been talking about how well he's been playing in practice, you know. We haven't seen, you know, a string of results like he's got this week, which is great for him and great for the game as well and great for his followers. And it's going to be a really interesting game against Dominic Dale. Jimmy will be buoyed about beating the former UK champion, you know, Stephen Maguire. That's a great result, 6-4 in the last round. Dominic Dale, he's going to prove he's a very experienced player himself, and he's going to prove a really tough test. So I'm going to keep a really close eye on that one.
Oh, we cannot wait. By the way, the wonders of modern technology. If our cameraman Ben pans round, you will get this, we're calling it the tree graphic. You'll get an idea as to all 4 of our matches this afternoon. Jan Peng Fei against Zhou Xiu will be on table 2. Yeah. And that's an intriguing match, isn't it? Really, really good encounter between those 2.
Yeah, and of course, they, you know, I practiced with both of them up in Dings Academy. They both play each other up there. They're very good friends. So that's going to be, it's quite a difficult match for both of them, really. And, yeah, I mean, it'd be very hard to pick a winner. You would think Tian has got a bit more experience, but Zhu Su has been getting some really good results over the last couple of years. So that could go very, very close.
Tom Ford against Nopon Siankam on table 3. Both of them have made ranking event semi-finals. And, you know, it was only, 4 years ago that Tom Ford made the semis in York. And he's struggled at this tournament since. Big opportunity for both of them. Yeah,
big opportunity for both of them. I think Nopon has probably got better form, you know, over this season anyway than Tom Ford. But Tom as well, very experienced player, you know, and a really good scorer when he gets a chance. So I think, you know, all these games today, they're going to be really, really close because there's so much at stake as well for the players. You know, to get to that final stage, there's going to be a bit of pressure, but that's a very close one to call as well.
And we were speaking just before we went on air about the importance of this match. Of course, the ranking points are the prize money, both equally as important as the other, because the winners today are guaranteed £10,000. But I wonder how much of a relief it was that World Snooker Tour agreed this minimum payout of £20,000 for the players. Because for the likes of, say, Dwayne Jones, who'll be playing Jamie Clark in, a little over 1 minute's time, Dwayne hadn't won a single match all season coming into these qualifiers. So for players like that to know they're going to finish the season with a minimum of 20k is massively important.
It is. It's a huge boost for any of the players down. I mean, some of the players that are playing today, it won't really affect. But for the likes of Jamie Jones, even, his opponent today, Jamie Clark, it would affect him. It'd give him that little bit of security that players down that part of the ranking list don't have, but now they do have. So it takes a little bit of pressure off them. They can just go out and concentrate on playing without the pressure of worrying about bills to pay, and particularly during the current climate. I think it's a massive boost for the tour and for players who are in need of that little bit of security. And as you can see already from Dwayne Jones, who hasn't won a match, I think the boost of the 20k guaranteed has certainly taken that pressure off, and that's why he's playing the snooker that he's playing this week.
Really looking forward to that one on table 4. Neither of the Welshmen have ever made the last 32 at the Barbican, so plenty of drama. Well, not only are we in the safe and capable hands of Ken Doherty, we've got the big dog in the commentary box. A very good afternoon to Dave Hendon, who's had his 3 Weetabix for breakfast. He put in a late shift and finished at 11:30 last night, but he's back here, poised and ready to go. And Dave, just like Ken and myself, I know you are super excited about Dominic against Jimmy.
How could you not be? Combined age 110, 2 veterans. I saw Jimmy randomly actually yesterday just in the city centre. He's absolutely buzzing, and why not? 2010 he was last in the last 32 of the UK Championship. He first played in this event in 1981, so he straddles several snooker eras. And this is such a huge event. It's one of our historic events. The format, I think, this year really puts the emphasis on prestige. Just 32 players at the venue, top 16, and the 16 players are going to come through. So everyone wants to be there, whether it's Andres Petrov, who's a first-season professional from Estonia, or Jimmy White, who goes back over 40 years. Everybody wants to be in that draw tomorrow.
And Dave, you've alluded to the fact that you like the rejig format. It's good, isn't it, that they're trying something slightly different with an event that, as you've indicated, is steeped in history and prestige?
Yeah, I think, as you said, Rob, the UK Championship of the big 3 maybe had fallen slightly behind the Masters, so an effort has been made to really emphasise, I suppose, emphasise quality over quantity with just 32 players there, 2 tables, no hiding place, not in the second arena now. So yeah, it's given the event a bit of a shot in the arm, and the next 2 days, very much like Judgment Day for the Crucible, are going to be very tense because everybody wants to be at the Barbican in what will be a big 9 days of snooker.
And a final question to you, Dave. Of course, we're so excited about Jimmy, and we should be honest that most neutrals will want Jimmy to win. But it takes 2 to tango and 2 to make a great match. And today is also very significant for Dominic, because at the back end of last season, Dominic Dale, a 2-time ranking event winner, Grand Prix in 97, Shanghai Masters in 07, Dominic could have lost his place on tour. Decent run in the qualifiers through to Judgment Day. And all of a sudden, not only is he on the tour again, he now stands a chance of getting back in the last 32 of the UK champs. So although there's a lot of attention on Jimmy, this is a very special and important day for Dominic as well.
Absolutely, and I think what links the two of them is they both have a pure love of snooker. Dominic is fascinated in the history of the sport, absolutely loves being a professional, was delighted to keep his tour card, and of course Jimmy, Ken will know, everybody knows, still as enthusiastic, maybe more enthusiastic than ever. So yeah, of course, a lot of focus on Jimmy White, but Dominic Dale, he's quite near the end of his career as well. He'd like the odd last hurrah as well. So yeah, I can't wait for this. It's very hard to predict what's going to happen. The good news is, of course, we can settle back and enjoy it.
And speaking of which, the director in my ear has just said play is underway. So we will leave you in Dave Hendon's safe and capable hands. Ken will be joining him shortly. We will interview every winner. We will dip around across our 4 matches on the big screen there. You won't miss a single century, a single upset, a single respot. We're delighted you've kept us company. Put the kettle on. Open that big, big packet of chocolate biscuits. This is going to be long and it's going to be good. Judgment Day Part 1 is underway at Ponds Forge. Hendo, over to you.
Thank you, Rob. And if you've got any of those biscuits, do send them our way. Yeah, we're going to start, of course, on table 1 with Jimmy White and Dominic Dale. This is a fascinating encounter. They first played each other, actually, as pros back in 1994. It's 5-all on the head-to-head, but this feels like perhaps the biggest meeting of them all because, as I say, both players now veterans very much and very much determined to try and put themselves in the hat for a place in the draw, which we've made to tomorrow afternoon for the final stages. Dominic Dale first at the table. He's an irrepressible character, to say the least, Dominic. We spoke to him yesterday, actually, and he was really looking forward to this match. He says it's always an honour to play Jimmy, but of course has to put aside all of that and just focus on the match here. It's best of 11, and as I say, the winner will get into the hat and play one of the top 16 at the Barbican in York.
8. Nine.
So Ken, this is this is a bit of a treat, isn't it? You know, you don't often see two real veterans meeting for a place in the final stages of a tournament.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? And I'd say both of them are really excited. It's going to be a tough one to call. You know, the nerve's going to be play a big thing, but both of these players have got so much experience, and of course Jimmy, a former winner. But how well has Jimmy played all week? You know, a couple of 6-0s. And then, of course, that wonderful win against Stephen Maguire would have given him a great boost of confidence. But I tell you what, Dominic Dale, you know, he's such a clever player.
24.
He sort of sometimes goes under the radar, but he's very, very dangerous. And I like watching him play as well. I like the way he sort of his thought process and the way he strikes the ball. Every part of his
25.
game is, you know, based on, you know, a lot of experience, and he can score when he gets the chance as well. I think it's important for both players, though, that they forget about, you know, York and the sort of the possibility of playing in that last 32, but, you know, just concentrate on this match if they can. It's going to be difficult, but yeah. I think this format, David, is really. I mean, we've campaigned for it, you know, on our players' board, and I think it's been a really, you know, success. You know, I think WST have listened to us, and particularly for this event, it's going to make such a big difference to the event when it's
Dominic
in York
Dale,
as well.
30.
Yeah, and whoever qualifies, the 16 qualifiers, are all coming in with real good match practice under their belt to take on the top 16. Here's Jimmy White. I was looking back, his first ever UK Championship, 1981. The first player he ever beat, Ken, is someone we know very well, Clive Everton.
No way.
A lot of people maybe don't realise Clive was actually a professional.
Yeah.
And Jimmy actually, he seemed to sort of cut his way through what became the BBC commentary team, because he then beat John Virgo, Dennis Taylor, then it was Ray Reardon, as he pops that terrific red, and eventually lost to Steve Davis in the semis. That was his first year.
Wow. He didn't have to play Ted Lowe then. He was.
So that's how far he goes back. He straddles several eras, Jimmy, but his enthusiasm, I know you had a chat with him before, Ken, his enthusiasm is still as strong as ever.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. I mean, you know, I saw him up there practicing. He has his young boy with him. Young Tommy is with him. That one's just gone astray.
Jimmy White 1.
But yeah, young Tommy is travelling with him this season, which would be great for the two of them. You know, it's a great, you know, boost for Jimmy to have a son going around with him, and indeed for Tommy as well. He's given up his job and just to help his father. I mean, what a wonderful time those two in the car. You can imagine travelling to him. Must obviously help Jimmy. He'd be disappointed with that safety shot though, leaving the black over the pocket, and the white didn't find its route down to the ball cushion. Chance for Dominic here into the pack. Oh wow. Well, I said there was going to be a bit of nerves, and there's obvious signs from both players just in those couple of shots. Now, Jimmy, what can you do here? Wouldn't be a bad idea to try and get on the black here. Bounce the cue ball off the right hand side cushion, try and get on that black into the right centre pocket. We'll have a look at it. I mean, it's a bit more of an acute angle than it looks on our TV screens, but it's an opportunity here for Jimmy.
We will keep across all the matches, but I understand there's a lot of interest in this one. You can contact myself and Ken, of course, on Twitter if you've got any queries or questions or observations, maybe memories of Jimmy White in the UK Championship. 30 years on from when he won the title. So I'm at Dave Hendon. Ken is at Ken Doherty 1997. Or you can send your tweets to World Snooker Tour at WeAreWST. We'd love to hear from you over the next 2 days.
3.
Yeah, because he had 2 6-0 wins, Victor Sarkis and Mitchell Mann, and then that terrific win over Steve Maguire. Maguire has had a great record in the UK Championship, and I think the way Jimmy finished off there was very impressive.
Yeah, particularly from 3-1 down. Didn't get top side of the blue here, so this will be a little test of his cueing here. Mid-range pot, almost straight.
Sure.
Going to get the cue ball clean.
9.
You've got to admire his enthusiasm, haven't you? I mean, he just turned 60 last May. And he practices as diligently, probably even more diligently than he probably did in his heyday in the 80s and the 90s. Well, a good shot. I'll be happy
10.
with that. That'll make him feel good.
Yeah, just looking to settle. We saw Dominic Dale trying to do the same thing. Yeah, Jimmy White, it's his 106th match in the UK Championship history. There's only Steve Davis and Ronnie O'Sullivan played more, so again just shows how far back he goes in this tournament.
Now, if this pink is on into the left centre pocket, I'm not
14.
quite sure what there's a little shake of the head there. You always look at the body language of the player when they're on the next pot to see if they're happy with it. He's a little shake of the head, which means he's not. He would love to be straight on this red. If he was straight, you could just leave the cue ball exactly where the red is and have the pink into the centre pocket. I'm not quite sure if he's got a little bit of an angle at the little. Let's see, can he bounce it off the top cushion here and get on that pink? Needs to go.
15.
Cue ball, has he hit hard enough? Looks like he has. He's eyeing it up. Now, can he just brush the red just beneath the pink here? Just brush it away and leave the other red potable. He's played that okay. That's all right. Pink will go on the black spot.
21. $22.
This is a delicate little shot. He's got to maybe soft screw the pink in. You play for the red on the pink spot, or soft screw this pink in for the red just below the pink. Yeah, you see, it was a delicate little shot. And when you know that you're a little bit nervous, which the both players are, your arm gets a little heavy, and you play a little, you play the shots a little bit more pace. There's a bit more adrenaline in the arm. So he's not as nice on this red as he would have liked to be. He still should pot it, but wanted to be a little bit easier.
Yeah, you
Jimmy
can
White,
see
28.
didn't entirely fancy it before he played it, so promising visit comes to an end. Hasn't finished too badly for him. It's going to be a twitchy couple of days, isn't it? We've seen this in the World Championship, and I mean we've seen it already this week actually, because there's a big prize to get into the final stages next week. And of course the prize money goes up. It's a record first prize this year, $250,000.
It's not a bad little outcome there for Dominic Dale. Jimmy's left hampered with the green here. Just got enough of the cue ball to play this red. Yeah, I think for anybody who does qualify over the next couple of days, they're going to be so excited to be playing on the two main tables. The arena will take on a completely different perspective as it would have been in the last few years up in the Barbican. It'll be so much better.
Well, another chance for Jimmy White here, just 2 points in the opening frame.
Yeah, this is a good chance, and he may this time, David. He may try and get on. I mean, if he can leave the cue ball just above the red that he's playing here for this black into the right centre, it's definitely worth playing for the black here. He's played for the pink, but he's got into the cue ball a bit too much. He was hailed as one of the best players in the world with the rest at one stage, Jimmy. He's going to need a good one here. Yeah, well played. Lovely little touch off the red as well. That's a nice shot.
I know he's got so many fans, and they've been enjoying, if that's the word, enduring at times this roller coaster ride with him over 4 decades. And I mean, many tuning in today, quite a few here at Ponds Forge as well. Hoping he can, at the age of 60, qualify.
8.
Yeah, this is the scene. 4 tables. We will be dropping in on the others as well, but we're going to stay with this first frame for now, which is firmly in the balance. Well, he's recovered pretty well there, actually. He hadn't entirely gone wrong, but he just got a bit adventurous. But now, what a chance to win this opening frame for Jimmy White. I thought the Mitchell Mann result was interesting, actually. 6-0 against a player who played the Crucible, who's a good young player. That was a sign that White must have been playing well.
22.
Oh dear, he's completely misjudged that one though. And maybe that is a bit of adrenaline early on.
Yeah, you'll see a few shots like that. They'll be overhit or sometimes even underhit, where there's a deceleration, but that was definitely a bit of adrenaline. Now he's 20 points ahead. What does he do? Does he drop behind the pink, or does he just drop the black in to be 27 ahead? The problem about taking on this black, if he misses it, he's going to leave a chance for Dominic Dale. Pink. So I think the pink is the more prudent shot.
Jimmy White, 22.
And that's not a bad shot there, because have a look, he's covered the left-hand side, which is the easier shot to try and hit the yellow. The blue is slightly in the way coming off the right-hand side cushion. So he may have to come off 2 cushions, right-hand side cushion, ball cushion, and try and hit the yellow on the way back. Oh.
Foul and a miss.
And now he must hit it the next
Jimmy
time.
White 4.
Miscalled, of course, so he's 24 ahead. If he misses it next time, he'll be 28 behind with just 27 remaining. So a little bit of pressure on Dominic here.
Olivier Martil, who refereed the World Final this year,
Jimmy.
replacing the cue ball. Big shot for Dominic. Checking the scores again, as Ken says, must hit it, but can't afford to leave it. And he indeed has missed it, so now he needs a snooker.
Jimmy White 4.
Could be a free ball, David, if this cue ball travels on. Yeah. So Jimmy could. Well, he's going to put him back in. Oh, might have. maybe played the black onto the right hand side cushion. Got a snooker using the blue, but he's put him back in. But once again, he's got to hit it and get it safe. No, I don't think it's safe this time, so Jimmy will pot this yellow. And this should be the first frame. And it'll be a good frame for him to win, you know, to settle down early into the match. A little bit of nerves from both players, completely understandable. But he's done well here, Jimmy.
2.
Well, he used all his experience, of course. In the end, okay, went wrong, but laid the snooker, set the trap. Listen, if he can't use his experience, who can at the age of 60? And here's the thing, I was looking back. If he reaches the last 32, the last 60-something to reach the last 32 of any ranking event was Eddie Charlton at the 1993 International Open.
9.
So it's 29 years ago that a 60-something got that far in a world ranking tournament.
Incredible. I knew
14.
you'd dig a stat out like that somewhere along the line.
What do you think I've been doing all morning? So 1 down, 5 to go for Jimmy White. The Whirlwind supporters will be with him
20.
all afternoon and will like what they've seen so far. Okay, it wasn't necessarily clean, but he's overall played a pretty solid frame. Both players will be a bit edgy. Big match for both. First blood.
Jimmy White 20
here at Ponds
and the
Forge
first
to Jimmy White as he attempts to qualify for the final stages of this UK Championship. We will, of course, be majoring on this match, but why don't we drop in on the other matches, because there's 4 tables. So this is table 2. This is all Chinese affair. Tian Pengfei against Xu Ze, and we're picking it up at a pretty vital moment, as you can see. 9 points in it on the yellow. And remember, wherever players are in the world rankings, this is a big money event, and that applies for the rankings as well. 10,000 points if you qualify. So it could make a big difference. Whatever sort of season you've had so far could make a big difference to players at various ends of the ranking list.
Yeah, big difference in rankings and of course seedings, you know, going forward for the rest of the season. This 10,000 prize money and ranking points is huge for a lot of players, but also the opportunity to play in the Barbican. But yes, these two, you know, I know pretty well from the Ding Junhui Academy. They'd be good friends, these two. It's always difficult. It's a difficult match for both players, playing someone that you know so well. This is wide. I'm not actually quite sure he can get to the yellow off that side cushion below the left middle pocket. I think he's got to hit the cushion before the middle pocket on the way down, and with lots of left hand side. I don't think he can hit it off that cushion.
Can't be much. Yeah.
Well, he's gone with pace this time. Now, of course, there's 4 tables here, and table 3, Noppin Sengam has just won the first round against Tom Ford, a former semi-finalist in this event 4 years ago. Sengam was semi-finalist at the British Open recently, and another, has so many, but another very dangerous player. Whoever comes through these qualifiers is going to pose a threat to the top players at the Barbican for sure. Maybe we could just have a little look at table 4, because that's an all-Welsh affair, as this all-Chinese affair continues on the colours. Dwayne Jones and Jamie Clark. Yeah, so this frame, a little way to go yet. So, yeah, Jamie Clark, he was watching our coverage last night. He's a good friend of Stephen Allworth, and he said he was... well, he said he was in bed with a cup of tea, and Stephen said, tea? Really, Jamie? I'm not sure about that. But anyway, he's got a chance here to win this opening frame.
Yeah, 15 points behind, so he's going to need brown, blue, pink and black. He's going to play this with a bit of pace, in and out of bulk. I don't think this is any good, is it? Does that blue pass? He's having a look now. It looks pretty tight.
Jamie Clark, 25.
Dwayne Jones is an interesting case. He hadn't won a match all season coming into this tournament, but here he is in the final qualifying round. So if you're going to find form, I guess do it in one of the really big ones.
And Jamie Clark is an interesting character as well, isn't he? Because I mean, he's qualified for the World Championship in this similar format. Has he qualified twice? Is he for the World Championship? Yeah, twice he's been there. So he loves the Judgment Day as well. So that was a poor shot, wasn't it, from Dwayne Jones to leave the pot on there. Now, big shot here for Jamie Clark. It's almost like a, well, you'd say a free shot. You know, if he gets the pink in the yellow pocket, he's going to be on the black. If he misses it, it could go safe. Oh, he's missed it. Now, has it gone safe?
Jamie Clark, right.
It certainly has.
The dreaded double kiss. How dreaded is it? That could have been a lot worse.
Ooh, this would be dangerous if he plays the back cross double into the opposite middle pocket. Is he going to play it? He is. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, it was a dangerous one to take on, but have a look at the cue ball. It would have been very difficult to get back up for the black there. And Dwayne Jones will play the cross, the pink across two cushions, try and get it behind that black.
Cue ball is just going to hold on.
Trying to get the snooker, but he could have left the double here. So chance here for Dwayne Jones. Try and double the pink, or he could play the snooker behind the black cue ball. He's gone for the double. As if the nerves weren't bad enough for these two players, and this is a really nervy opening frame.
It's like we've started with the decider and working backwards. It might be if we get to a decider, it's unviewable. But anyway, yeah, it's about settling in, isn't it? And like you say, there's such a big prize, as we see every year with the Judgment Day for the World Championship.
Here's another chance of a double. Oh, he's got it this time. And have a look at the cue ball. And needs to slow up. Well.
We promised you drama.
Good start this, isn't it? Black into the right centre pocket, and these are so difficult. Very narrow, these middle pockets, but you can just play it dead weight.
Oh, that's terrific. What a great pink and black from Jamie Clark. So he leads 1-0. Let's just drop in on table 3. And then I think we want to get back to table 1. So let's just have a look here. This is the early stages of frame 2. Noppin Senkam leading Tom Ford 1-0. This is a very tough one to call. Ford has had a difficult season, actually. He hasn't pulled up too many trees yet. But was a semi-feisty York 4 years ago as he tries to get things into the open there. World number 32 and Senkam the world number 33. So there's not much to choose between these two. So let's go back to table 1. I know a lot of people are obviously interested in the veterans clash between Dominic Dale and Jimmy White. 1-0 to Jimmy White. This is the scene live in frame 2. Jimmy was in, broke down on 39, but Dominic Dale has just handed another opening here.
One.
We'll just let the cue ball drift
6.
a little bit further than he would have liked. He wanted to be straighter on one of these reds. 31 points in the lead. Good lead, but those two loose reds left at the pink spot. Those are the ones he was trying to get on now. Got to pot this and negotiate the cue ball off the other red. That's not too bad.
7.
Blue into the yellow pocket. Oh.
Jimmy White 7.
Didn't expect him to miss that, to be honest.
$32 points in it then. Yeah, Dominic Dale, he had to win a match at World Qualifying to keep his tour card. He said he'd sort of written his retirement, not quite speech, but letter to Jason Ferguson, the WPSA chairman, but didn't put it in the post.
1.
Yeah, he kind of overdone that one. You can see, I mean, these two, you know, they've been going a long time, but that's the point, isn't it? They don't know how many more chances they'll get to get into a really big tournament, and it's put a bit of pressure on in the early stages. Dominic Dale, a couple of last 16s at the UK, not his most successful event maybe, of course he's a double ranking event winner. Has he got there? Just.
Dominic Dale 1.
That was a bit close, wasn't it? I didn't think it was going to reach there at one stage. Oh, he's got Jimmy in all sorts of problems here. He's got a healthy lead. Oh, this is a good shot. Great escape. Well played. But he's left the red. And with that 31-point lead, with the brown safe, blue safe, yellow reasonably safe, this is red on the right-hand side cushion. It's a pretty good table for Jimmy White, to be honest. Good pot again. He may find himself
1.
in the exact same position he was just a moment ago, Jimmy. Cue ball off the ball cushion, nestling behind the yellow. Could play the blue as well and try and get the blue off the cushion. That might be a better shot. He's going to need the blue eventually if he's going to have any aspirations of winning the frame. It's just a little bit awkward to play the blue, but I think he's going to play it with the extension, extended rest. Yeah, he was one match away, wasn't he, from falling off the tour, Dominic Dale. Managed to win it and said, oh, well, I'll stay on for another year and see how it goes. He's a great character, Dominic Dale. I do like him, I must say. Nice lad. Loves the game. Fascinated by the history of the game as well, isn't he? He's a real sort of snooker historian.
I'm pretty sure it was Jimmy that gave him his nickname, the Spaceman.
Probably.
I don't know how complimentary it was meant at the time, but it's stuck, hasn't it? We still call him it.
He's having a little smile. So he's got the extension on his cue. Now he's putting the extension on the extension on his cue. You don't often see this.
Well, any more, he'll be playing this from the Crucible.
Of course, very hard to control this with your cue as well, because it'll be...
Blue ball.
It's a delicate little shot as well. There's a lot of weight on the end of his cue now. Yeah. It's not too bad. Okay, it's not a great snooker, but the beauty about that shot is that he's got the blue out off the ball cushion. The yellow has come off the ball cushion a fraction as well.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Not hard to hit this red, but... Oh. Well, he needs to slide. Ah, good shot. It's 2 good snookers he's got out of there, Jimmy. Saves himself a lot of points, and he's still, as I said, he's got a good, healthy lead.
Yeah, it's no surprise to get a few tactical frames with all the table craft on show between these two. Jimmy White, though, had a good chance, didn't he, with the lead he had, missed that blue to the yellow pocket. And there's that dreaded double kiss again.
Yeah, that could prove very vital. Yeah, Jimmy disgusted there. If he gets on the pink here.
One.
Well, it's not too bad, but I'll tell you what a good shot here would be. He can't really get close to the red, so what he could do is play the green, knock the brown off the cushion. So he'd have all the balls in the open play here. He doesn't see that shot, Dominic, but he could have potted the green, brought the brown into play, and played a good safety on the red. He's gone the other way. He's going to try and get a snooker behind the black here. Maybe try and send the red into the brown here as well.
Dominic Dale 7.
I tried to, but missed it. 23 points in the lead. I wonder will Jimmy take this red on?
Oh, that is one for ages. What a pot.
One.
What a pot from Jimmy White.
Well, he couldn't cue it any better. That's a wonderful shot. And the reason he took it on was because the brown was still safe. So he had one sort of safe ball, but what a wonderful pot. It just needs this blue. Oh, well played. Well, it shows you how well he's cueing, doesn't it? In all fairness, that was a wonderful shot.
6.
Got to make him feel great. Knocking that red in. Of course, he missed what looked an easier blue earlier, but looks like 2-0 for the Whirlwind. Well, he's missed that, so I'm sure Dominic Dale will play on for the snooker.
Well, that could prove very vital, you know, because he should have probably just would have been better off just dropping that yellow in dead weight, giving it a chance to go in the pocket now. If Dominic Dale get a nice position on the green here, he can
2.
Drop the cue ball right in behind the brown, and this is going to be a very... He dropped the green right over this bottom cushion, over this bottom corner pocket here, bottom right corner pocket. Wants it bounced off the cushion, but he wants that cue ball tight behind the brown. Oh, has he got the gap?
Dominic Dale,
has he got the gap?
Foul.
Oh, Jimmy.
Dominic Dale 4.
Wow, what have you done here? Oh. Little smile from Dominic Dale. This is not straightforward, this, you know. If you just had to drop the green in, it would be, you know, it's still at the angle. It's missable, this green, you know. If he just had to drop it in dead weight here, it's not too bad, but he has to play it with a bit of pace. It's missable, this. Oh. I'd say his heart skipped a few beats there, Dave, but what do you think?
Well, the last couple of minutes, you can't really believe what's happened here. Jimmy White, I said all the confidence from knocking the red in, that's all going to go away if he loses the frame now. Just needed really to drop that yellow in, like you said, and that surely would have been 2-0.
Dominic Dale 3.
Yeah, and the little flick off the pink. It's a snooker.
It's not too bad, this, if he hits it off the top. Oh, well.
Foul. And a miss.
Just want to leave a free ball.
Dominic Dale 4.
That'll be gone back. I think once again, he's played it past the middle pocket here. He might have to play it just before the right centre pocket. A lot of left-hand side. Hit the ball cushion first and catch the brown from the back. He's gone on the left-hand side here now. He's got to hit the ball cushion first here. Yeah, well played. Now has he left it? He has, you know. Chance for Dominic Dale. Okay, not straightforward, but it's a chance that he would have been delighted of 5 or 10 minutes ago.
So, didn't take it on, but, well, not the best safety.
Well, I'm very surprised he never took that opportunity on, because, as I said, it was a half chance, a natural angle of the cue ball back for Brown. Jimmy just needs the brown. No, he's refused it as well. He played cushion first here, I wonder. Oh, it's gone wrong. It's gone all wrong, but it's certainly not easy, this Brown. He's left the pot, but wow, this is difficult.
Seemed to have had the frame won once, then it all went wrong. Can Jimmy White find another good piece of cueing? Yes, he can. That's a terrific pot. So we're back to one snooker needed. He would dearly love to see this blue disappear. So relief for Jimmy White.
9.
He has won the frame after all, and it's a good start. This is his 4th match in the tournament. He's only lost 4 frames. That was all to Stephen Maguire.
15 and the frame, Jimmy White.
So 2-0 here. Now we're going to go straight to table 2. In fact, I think table 3 will be our next port of call. But 2-0 to Jimmy White. Good start for, of course, the oldest man on tour. Yeah, table 3. This is Tom Ford and Noppen Senkar. This promises to be an entertaining match in its own right. Just to say, by the way, on Discovery Plus, you can watch any of the 4 matches uninterrupted. So you're very welcome to join us here on our Judgment Day coverage. But Discovery Plus viewers, they can watch. You can watch all 4 tables. A day for a lot of screens, I think. But for us, Tom Ford and Noppen Senkar, as I say, Tom Ford semi-finalist 4 years ago, lost to O'Sullivan. And Noppen Senkar was a recent semi-finalist at the British Open. And they're only separated in the rankings by 1 place.
Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it, for both players? But yeah, I think this could go very, very close. Tom Ford was 1-0 down, levelled 1-1, and now he's back in the balls. And Noppen Senkar, he's been, you know, we got to the, was it the semi-finals of the British Open? Beaten by Mark Allen, but he's been playing really well as of late. Tom Ford felt he's got a kick, but he's still in perfect position.
22.
He had a last gasp victory over Alfie Burden, 6-5 in the last round. And that was his first match of the tournament. Of course, that meant he was guaranteed ranking points. So still big pressure on this one, but that was a real big win for him because he's not had the best of seasons.
Dangerous player, isn't he, Tom Ford? I mean, he's scores very, very freely. Comes from the hotbed of Leicester, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's 5 maximums to his name, so you know his scoring really is the best part of his game. We can just show you that there was a Blackpool finish on table 2. We dropped in earlier, Tian Peng Fei and Zhu Ze, the all Chinese match, and quite a long frame. This is how it ended, so it came down to the black. Look, that's 69 each. Started as we mean to go on, maybe, and with a black ball finish. And let's see whether Zhu Ze can knock it in. There's the answer, and the cue ball is okay. So Zhu Ze winning an epic opening frame. That was about 45 minutes.
Yeah, lovely pot, wasn't it? That was our second black ball game we've already seen this afternoon. I'm sure we're going to see a few more.
35.
Yeah, listen, the UK Championship's always been a big tournament. It's had various different formats, but now, if you get to York, you're not going to be in the side room. You're not going to be on a side table. You're going to be, as that red doesn't drop, much to Tom Ford's annoyance, you're going to be on one of the 2 TV tables. So it's not like you've gone there and no one knows you played in it. You're out front and centre. You're playing a top 16 player. So there's a lot of prestige just to get there, isn't there?
Yeah, that's very true. I think it's back to the old days, you know, as we grew up watching the UK Championship. Second biggest ranking event on the calendar.
Yeah, a lot of people can have memories, of course, of Preston, Guildhall. It was there for many years. I know you played in that final with Stephen Hendry when he had those 7 centuries.
Yeah, lots of great memories. And of course, it was best of 17 then, wasn't it? First round. I mean, it's gone back now to best of 11s. It's still a good test, but I'm sure a lot of players love to see it go back to 17 at some stage. That may be on the agenda down the road with World Snooker. But it's still, yeah, I think this format now for the UK Championship is really, really good. It'd be interesting to see what the feedback from the players are, but I think generally, I think it's been pretty positive.
Well, having this tiered system for the low-rank players means they can't, in the very first round, draw a top player. That's been one of the issues, I think, in recent times. You know, you turn up, who have I got? Ronnie O'Sullivan. Oh, great.
Yeah.
No prize money.
I think that was the problem, wasn't it? And it wasn't actually drawn out of a hat. It was 1 against 128, so you knew who you were playing, basically, in the top 16. And that was the difficulty for a lot of players who were struggling to get on the ladder and get some prize money, get some ranking points. I think with the introduction of the guarantee of 20,000 per year, it takes a bit of pressure off the lower ranked players. It's not going to affect these two players, for example, who are ranked 32 and 33 respectively, but it certainly has a big impact on a lot of the players down the rankings. You know, it gives them that little much needed security.
Well, it was an excellent green he potted, but that red stays out. Yeah, I mean, I think that's certainly true. There's a new professional, Andras Petrov from Estonia. Now, that money has helped him, obviously, with the extra expenses. He's playing tomorrow against Shagudong. He beat Gary Wilson last night, so he'll be in action tomorrow. That would be some story if he qualified.
Sure, it's had a big impact on even, you see Dwayne Jones playing there, he hasn't won a match all season. Even Jamie Clark, who came onto our forum and was asking about guarantees before, that he would like to have some sort of security. So that would have made a big impact on their lives coming into the start of this season. Quite sure whether Tom Ford can knock this red away from the black and leave the cue ball behind the black now. He can't see enough of it. The angle for this red into the right centre pocket is just a little bit awkward. We may just chip the red to the right hand side cushion and get that cue ball back into the balk area. That pretty good. Yeah, I think these two guys, they, you know, wealth of experience, you know, and as you said, only one position in the rankings between them. It's a really tough call, this match, I think. It is.
I think Senkam in general's had the better recent form, but you know, it's all on the day, and these qualifying matches, the form book doesn't always really matter. A lot of it is about that sort of toughness that you need to get through. It's great judgment, isn't it? Really well played. We will, of course, be hearing from the winners with Rob later. And there's 4 sessions in total, so 2 today, 2 tomorrow. The draw will be between sessions tomorrow. So there'll be a couple of either-ors, but we'll pretty much know who's playing who in York. This frame's got a little way to go. I don't know whether we can maybe just return to table 1 for a moment, just check in with Jimmy White and Dominic Dale. Here we are. So this is what's happening. If you just joined us, it's 2-0 to Jimmy White, and you can see not that much has happened yet. 15-0 to him. I was saying to Phil Yates the other day, and this is, I got Phil finally with one fact he didn't know, right? Jimmy White is the only player on the UK trophy. He's also got his nickname. If you look at it closely at it, 1992 it says Jimmy the Whirlwind White.
Nice.
Why? I don't know.
He must have done that on purpose when he was engraving it.
Yes, 30 years since he beat John Parrott in that final, Preston.
1992, I think it was. Wasn't it just? It was the following year, wasn't it? He lost in the final at the World Championship to John Parrott. John Parrott was going for. Yeah, and it was a big victory for Jimmy, wasn't it? In the end, like, I suppose there was a lot of demons at the World Championship, and of course even the amount of UK championships he would have played in.
Well, it came right in the middle of all those world final defeats, right, in the early sort of to mid 90s, and in those days it was a 2-day final, and you know, it was a big deal. It still is, but in terms of aping the World Championship, it was sort of very similar. So to win that the way he did was a real career highlight for him, and he's 4 frames away from getting back into the final stages.
needs cover on the green here. He may be lucky, Dominic Dale, and very lucky indeed. He'd be delighted to see that cue ball go behind the green, particularly with the red over the bottom right corner pocket. Just trying to nestle on the back of the red. Well, he tried to hit it on the way down. He's done it. He's judged it nicely.
Matthew Lester asking on Twitter how many ranking points has Jimmy won so far. How many do the winners this round get? Well, it's 7,500 so far. Sorry, it's 7,500 to get to this stage. If he gets to the next stage, it's 10,000. And that's the other thing, of course, also in the background, getting in the World Grand Prix on the one-year list. That's the top 32. Now, this event, the money's so big that there's a chance with a good run you could bolster your hopes of getting into that one. So there's all these rewards lurking around the corner.
He sort of played that as a possible pot, but as you see with the cue ball, concentrating on the safety as well. Dominic's got to be careful here. There's the red that's over the left-hand corner pocket. He's got to find a way to try and not let Jimmy have a pot at that red. Try to get the cue ball over behind the brown, but won't be happy with that kiss on the blue.
No, he may feel he missed a bit of a trick in that last frame. He got the snooker. He could have taken the brown on, and he got a bit defensive. He didn't play good safety, actually, and ultimately didn't win the frame.
Well, yeah, and that's why I was very not disappointed, but very surprised that he didn't take the brown on, because he was granted, he got himself back into the frame, giving himself a chance, and then at least if he takes the brown on, misses it, and loses the frame, well, at least he had a go where he played the safety shot, didn't play it well enough. Jimmy eventually potted the brown a couple of shots later, and chance was gone.
Yeah, and it could really have dented Jimmy White's confidence had Dale stolen that frame, but as it is, it's 2-0, White in front here in frame 3. He's never been just another snooker player, Jimmy, because he's very human, and his flaws are there to be seen, but his great charms are also there to be seen. And the entertaining snooker he's played over the years has created so many millions of fans, just like his great late friend Alex Siggins before him.
Yellow ball.
This frame has got a bit bogged down. Jimmy White is definitely on top in this match. Dominic Dale's struggling a bit, but White himself, he's not playing his best snooker either, so he wants to keep the initiative, not sort of open the door. Why don't we, while this is going on, because this frame's got a bit dragged out, try table 4, the all Welsh affair, because Jamie Clark, he won that black ball frame, and then he made a big break in frame 3, and here he is on the cusp of going 3-0 up. So Jamie, that cup of tea he had last night has clearly done him a lot of good, hasn't it? Because he's a pretty euphoric sort of character when you see him about. He's always smiling and loves being a snooker player. And, well, he'd love to be, of course, at the Barbican. As Ken said, he qualified for the Crucible last season, drew Zhao Xing-tong. And prior to that, of course, lost that match to Anthony McGill that we all remember. But that black should make it 3-0, and Jamie Clark looking good. He had a 77 break in the last frame, and he's up to 75 here.
Yeah, and as I said, like, I think you know, the experience of qualifying for the Crucible as well will certainly, you know, hold him in good stead for this match. 75 ahead, 67 remaining, possibly going 3-0 up. Well, he's gone 3-0 up. Dwayne Jones stays in his chair.
So let's have a look at table 2. Tianpeng Fei Zhusa. 1-0 to Zhusa. That was another black ball frame, wasn't it? We saw him knock that good long black in. So Tianpeng Fei, he's in front here. Not too far away. This is actually, we timed this well. This is frame ball, if he pots it. And he hasn't. Maybe we didn't time it that well. So a chance for the counter-attack. 46 in it, 51 on. These players, of course, well played in this week. There was 8 tables prior to today. We're down to just 4 now. And she's beat Jimmy Robertson 6-4. That's a terrific win, actually, because Jimmy Robertson's had a good couple of seasons. Had some big breaks there. At 112, 93, 85. Scored well. Needs a good pot here to get in, though, and start the counter-attack.
Yeah, and he can play for green or blue here off this red. Ooh, very close. It's going to cost him the frame.
One.
I wonder how many 6-5s we'll get in this round. I suspect more than one.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt. That's what we want to see. We like to see the players under a bit of pressure and see
8.
how they react. All snooker players are like that. And commentators, I'm sure.
Nice.
Well, it's certainly traditionally the case, sort of in qualifiers down the years, is if a match starts going close, you see other players coming in, gathering round like vultures.
Like vultures. See them hovering, don't you?
16.
Yeah, we all love a last frame decider.
17.
And the pressure it brings, and see how players react to it. And I think this could go very close as well, this match. Both players, as I say, practice up with the Things Academy. They practice with each other on the odd occasion, and I know each other very, very well indeed. Tian, just like Ding up there, is sort of a bit like a big brother to a lot of the younger players, helping them, giving them advice.
One
of the good guys, Tianpeng Fei. And when he plays to his capabilities, very, very solid
28.
player. Got a really good cue action. Tough opponent for anybody.
So just to recap the scores, obviously it's 1-1 here now. 2-1 to Tom Ford against Nopin Sengon. Ford has won frame 3. Jamie Clark 3-0 up against Dwayne Jones. So after this little clearance, we'll go back to table 1 to watch White and Dale. But it's been quite an interesting start, all told. Close frames. Jamie Clark so far the man making the breaks, really. Although this has been a useful contribution from Tianpeng Fei. Didn't kill the frame off at the first time of asking, missed the initial chance at frame ball, but then was left
43.
An easier pot. And it looks like a little half century, 50 exactly with the black, just to get himself established in this match. Yeah, so 1 each, and a long, long way to go there yet. So table 1 is, I know, the focus of a lot of people's attention this afternoon. Dominic Dale finds himself 2-0 down, but has a chance here. As you can see, things have opened up a little bit in this frame. He's 21 behind, having just potted a red. He won the Grand Prix 1997, a little unexpectedly. Beat John Higgins in the final. Higgins already established. And then was at the top of the game. Didn't quite get in the top 16, but 10 years later, 2007, won the Shanghai Masters. The ranking system was different then. You had to wait to the end of the season for your ranking to change. So Dominic's actually never been a top 16 player. Highest 19. Probably the best player never to be in the top 16, actually. But that's just because of the way the system was. Had it been this system with the initial, ranking points boost, I'm sure he would have been.
11.
Needs this frame really just to settle into the match. As I say, Jimmy White hasn't... OK, he's potted some nice balls, but it hasn't been all sort of flowing stuff yet. So 2-0 down, no reason to panic for Dominic.
18.
Yeah, he's got a great fascination with snooker. He loves the history, and it's good actually to have a player like that on tour who can talk about the early days, going back to the sort of billiards and all the rest of it. And by the way, he will tell you about it if you ask him. You don't even have to ask him.
I remember once we were doing a little piece to camera in India, and we went to a market and we saw these, very large birds in the sky. And I said, those look like cranes to me, And Dominic turned around, quick as a flash, he says, they're black cranes, Ken. He goes, I says, how do you know that, Dominic? He said, I studied ornithology.
Not a sentence you often hear from a snooker player.
Yeah, just straight out of the book. I studied ornithology, so he's a bit of an ornithologist as well as, I don't know what you could say, a snookerologist, what do we say? A snooker aficionado, that's for sure. Snooker anorak, as well as a collector of antiques as well. A jack of all trades. All right, Dominic.
32.
Fascinating character.
Just lost his way a little bit here. Just lost ideal position. Got himself 10 points in front.
Well, this would be a brave shot. Like, play off the ball cushion and try and nominate the blue. And try and nestle onto the blue off the ball cushion. Very dangerous shot. Could play it off the green. Get that cue ball behind brown and blue. Oh, this looks good. Yeah, good shot.
Dominic Dale, 32.
And the fact that he hasn't put the green safe will certainly help. Jimmy will swerve around this, but this could go wrong. He could leave this.
Foul and a miss.
That'll
Dominic
be
Dale
put back.
Leo, got it? You're a bit too quick, Jimmy.
Normally there should be a little mark. When you play a swerve like that, you hit down on the cue ball. Normally it leaves a little indentation on the cloth, a little white mark. But the referee is getting a bit of help from Leo Scullion, I think. Yeah, there he is.
Yeah, he was here till late last night for the Ricky Walden and Burns match.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said for the referees and the referee officials, and they put in some shift themselves, a long time on their feet.
Far on the miss.
Leo Scullion on this occasion.
He gets to sit down at least.
yeah. There you see now. Can we see the little white mark? Jimmy had pointed it out to the referee there. Olivier Martel just getting confirmation from Leo Scullion.
Jimmy?
Yeah, all good. Bigger swerve required. Doesn't want to hit the black. Oh, good hit, but unfortunately for Jimmy, he's left it on. Now that red towards the left-hand side cushion is going to be the key ball, I think, for Dominic here.
One.
Can he get on it nicely? Obviously, got to try and get behind it. Maybe play forward into maybe the green pocket here. Wouldn't be a bad choice. Well, he's going to play the green. Try and get that cue ball back close to this red. This is not good. I think the pink was the shot there. I'd be very disappointed with that. Anywhere
4.
behind the red, you know, the cue ball near the left-hand side cushion, he would have had a pot into the corner pocket, middle pocket. Just a safety shot now.
Dominic Dale 4.
Yeah, desperate to protect this 22-point lead and desperate to get on the scoreboard in the match. Yeah, well, it's now a 26-point lead.
Dominic Dale 4.
Being helped a little bit here, Dominic.
Yeah.
Olivia Martil pressed into action again. Very calm referee.
Leo.
From Belgium.
Yeah, I must say I do like Olivier Martil as a referee. Very confident, very confident. And never in the way. You never see him in your eye line when you're playing, and that's always a good sign from a referee.
Touch to the left.
I can see it. That's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, there's been a lot of fouls in this frame. Dominic Dale just, well, a slight swerve, wasn't it? But the red stays out. That was to lead by 27 with 27-1 without a colour. Of course, the blow over the pocket. But the red has run pretty safe.
It's touching ball.
Let's finish touching, so pretty easy to get distance between them. .26 in front, Dominic Dale, so red and a colour needed. Got white in another snooker. Now then, he needs the cover here. Doesn't look like he's got it. It's a thin cut though, this. In it goes though. The blue over the pocket means that surely Dominic Dale's going to win his first frame. It's been a bit of a scrap, this one. I think we can give him that one. Why don't we just very quickly try and get table 3 in? Because Tom Ford...
6.
He's on a big break there.
8.
Here we go. This is Tom Ford, and he's on a break of 89, so pink and black for a century to become the first player to the interval. He's known, as Ken was saying earlier, as a heavy scorer, and he's proven it here. That's a clearance of 102 from Tom Ford to lead Nopenseng on 3-1. So that's the first match to the interval. Let's nip back then to table one, just to clear up this frame. Dominic Dale is about to get on the scoreboard.
20. .26 and the frame.
So Dominic Dale on the scoreboard, and Jimmy White's lead is reduced to 2-1. Let's nip into table two. There's
41.
4 tables here, and this is an all-Chinese match. Tianpeng Fei Zhu. Zhu won the first frame on the black, Tianpeng Fei the second, and here's Zhu 41-0 up at the table in the next. Just to reiterate, even if they win today, they won't know who they will play until tomorrow, because the draw has been done after the first session. Doesn't really matter though, as long as you're in that draw.
Yep.
Of course, it was another Chinese player, Jiazing Tong, who came out the pack last year to land this title in very, very impressive fashion, beating Luca Preselli at the final. He'll be defending the title on Saturday.
.48. .49. .56. .57. .64. .65.
So these are all reds and blacks from Zhu. He was nervous as a commentator when to mention it. But he's still going, isn't he? And, well, we saw Ding yesterday. It's not straightforward, this, but we saw Ding yesterday miss the yellow on 120.
Yeah, I think the priority here, as you see, is this black will put him 72 ahead, but still 75 remaining, so just make sure of the frame and get this next red after this black. Playing the red just below the pink spot into the left centre pocket.
72.
So this will secure the frame, and then he can concentrate on the maximum.
Just quickly, I can tell you that Jamie Clark's gone 4-0 up against Dwayne Jones, so that black ball frame was a big one, that first one.
73.
Lovely shot. Is he a bit straight on the black? He may be able to run it around off 2 cushions for the red into the right centre. The one just below the pink spot, directly above the black. Yeah, off 2 cushions. He's played it nicely.
Well, I think we have a right to start getting excited now, because he can give it his full attention. He's won the frame. Yeah. So now, go all out for the maximum. His highest break in tournament play 145.
Yeah, the ball's obviously the ball and balk, and that ball next to the blue, awkward. Even these 2
81.
reds to the left of the pink now, but he's got a nice angle here. If he can make a full contact on the pink, the bottom red of those 2 will definitely pot, but he's got to get a good contact on the pink here. Full ball contact, maybe even both of them may pot. Nice little cannon, looks good. Nice shot, well played.
Great Willie Thorne made the first UK Championship maximum back in 1987. There's been 19 in total, plenty in this tournament.
89.
Oh, this is very exciting. I mean, and under severe pressure, this is a wonderful break so far. Oh, he's played this nicely as well for the red, just below the pink.
96.
Yeah. Needs a
Oh, 96.
It's amazing, isn't it? That, we saw sort of trouble ahead. Didn't think he'd miss that one. So no maximum, no century actually. 96 the break. A little bit of disappointment, even though he's gone 2-1 in front. That may not be the last attempt, though, we see at a 147 in the next couple of days. So 2-1 in that one. So we'll just show you what happened at the end of table 4, at the end of frame 4.
16.
On table 4, this is Jamie Clark. And as I say, won the first frame on the black, cross-doubled the pink, potted the black, and then has pretty much motored ever since. He made a 77 break in the second frame. 75 in the third frame, and this was 52 in the fourth. So Dwayne Jones, in fact, has not potted the ball in the last 3 frames, and it's 4-0 in the interval.
Yeah, I think that was a massive frame, wasn't it? That first frame, Dwayne Jones should have won it.
Back to table 1 then, and it's 2-1 to Jimmy White. As we know, not a lot has happened yet. There's red over pocket here, though.
You know, when you win those frames, you know, that you don't expect to, and when your opponent has a good lead, and particularly right at the beginning of the match, they give you a great boost, but also put your opponent on the back foot right from the word go, and that's exactly what's happened with that match. Jamie Clark and Dwayne Jones. Could have been so much different had Dwayne Jones won that first frame. Dominic Dale having a little smile to himself. Couple of inches shorter with the cue ball. He was perfect on that green into the corner pocket. Now can only just play a little snooker.
Dominic Dale won.
This table is a little bit messy, isn't it? All the reds going over to the right hand side. You may just be able to see this red just above the black spot here. Just clip the left hand side of it. Oh, well played. Dominic will play this red here. He'll have a go at it, but once again, trying to get that cue ball back down towards the bulk area. This is potable though. Yeah, very good. Ooh, well, hold on. Are these two reds plant into this bottom right corner pocket? I'm not quite sure whether can Jimmy see enough of the first red. He's had a look. Maybe not.
Thank you.
Those two reds, they look in line, don't they? But I don't think you can see them. So just a safety shot here. Oh, it's gone wrong. Jimmy, what have you done? Have you got away with it? I tell you what, I don't think there's anything potable into the bottom right corner pocket. He has that red along the cushion into the left corner. He pats himself down with a wet towel. Very missable, those shots with pace. You got away with that one, Jimmy.
Yeah, this has become a proper old match, hasn't it? And I think we expected it with these two. Not to the highest quality yet, but they're both giving everything. You can see the great desire they've got to advance and get into that draw, the excitement of being part of the final stages. They'll both be working there, actually, media-wise, but can't beat playing. Got two matches then on the interval. Tom Ford 3-1 upon Noppen Senkarm. Jamie Clark 4-0 upon Dwayne Jones. It's 2-1 Schuster against Tianpen Fei in the other table.
One.
Yeah, not quite what he was looking for. Just wanted to ask you, Ken, obviously you've been in three UK finals. What are your sort of memories of those? Because they're all very different, weren't they?
Yeah, they were very different. I mean, obviously the first one, 94 against Stephen Hendry. He made 7 centuries in the 10 frames, and he'd made, I think, 6 centuries and was 7-5 up, and it should have been actually 6-all. I remember the match changed completely, and in that 12th frame I was in. I potted a black, went into the pack on 24, and a red went into the middle, and Stephen popped in and made another century, and it, from 6, what should have been 6-all, it was I was 7-5 down going into the interval, but then after that I never won another frame. He made another century in the very next frame, and I think that match, I mean, players have played unbelievable stuff against me, the likes of Higgins, you know, and Ronnie O'Sullivan, Mark Williams, but Stephen Hendry, I think it was the best that anybody had ever played against me in a best of 19 match, 7 centuries. The record is still there, I believe. It hasn't been equalled or broken yet. Yeah, it was incredible. The next final was against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Was that 2001, was it, or 2000? But I never got a sniff. I was beaten 10-1. I was lucky to get one, I think, you know. So yeah, and he played just as well, but in a different type of way. Didn't make all the century breaks, but was still almost unplayable in that final. That was the disappointing, because you're looking forward to a big final, you know, and it was sort of an anti-climax in a way, and that was very disappointing. And then the next one was against Mark Williams, and that was 10-9. Went very, very close. I was behind, I think, 9-7, got it back to 9-all, and played a very careless safety shot, just off a touching ball, knocking the cue ball up. Wanted to try and leave it in the jaws of the green pocket. It went in, and Mark Williams potted a long red and made 70, and they were the 3 finals I was involved in. But still, wonderful experiences, great matches, and loved the UK Championship, you know.
Now, a chance for Jimmy White here from distance. Another quite messy table, this. Yeah, and it's become a slightly messy match, hasn't it?
Oh, have a look at this cue ball. He's had a bit of fortune in this frame already, Jimmy White, and there's another little bit. Left the red over this left corner pocket. He's got the snooker on the yellow, but he still has a pot into this bottom right corner pocket. Very difficult. Will he take the red on? He could take the red on and try and screw back for the pink into the opposite corner, but that would take a lot of cue power. And obviously very, very straight cueing. What's he going to do here? Is he confident enough to take that shot on? Would he play a safety shot? He's sort of between a bit of a rock and a hard place here. He's taking the red on now. Can he get enough screw on the cue ball here to get back for the pink into the opposite corner? Oh, well, he can. Not for the pink, but have a look at that for a shot.
One.
For the yellow or green, that was shot of the day so far from Dominic Dale. Wonderful shot. Cue, look where it is, all the way up in the air, nearly, you know, it's head height. But how well did he get through that cue ball?
Yeah, superb. So is that the start of something, is the question. Can he press on here? It's not been a match of breaks yet. They did play these two in the European Masters in Germany, last 32. This season, Dale won 5-3. And that's been... so she's last 64, actually, but that's been his best performance so far in this campaign.
4.
Yeah, we saw from that shot the pink clearly pots. The black can pot into the right centre as well, but he won't be concentrating on that just now. Maybe a few shots ahead. Now we could play on pink or black here off this red. Ideally the pink. He's just having a quick look to see will the pink go into the right, and there you see the black definitely does pot. So you could play 2 shots here. If he hits it a little bit hard for the pink, he'll be on the black. He's got a bit of a safety net on this shot.
11.
Lo and behold, he sort of landed in between shots here. Not hard enough for the black and too hard for the pink.
Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle to sort of really find fluency. And this is the problem, he's potted the black and he's caught that blue full in the face, and the cue ball is now stuck to the ball cushion.
18.
Highest breaks in this match, Jimmy White 39, Dominic Dale 30, so yet to sort of catch fire on that in that sense. Qualifying matches can be like that, though. You know, it's a sort of almost a means to an end, really. You're trying to get through to the showpiece stage of the tournament. Last time Jimmy White was in the last 32 of the UK Championship was back in 2010. That's the stage he's trying to get to here.
Dominic Dale, 18.
So that was quite a promising opening, wasn't it, after the initial red, but break ends at 18. It's 12 points in front. Jimmy White's first UK final was back in 1987, so that's 35 years ago. Lost to Steve Davis, and then John Parrott, as we've already mentioned, beat him, but he beat Parrott a year later, 92. They've had a re-rack in frame 4 of Tianpeng Fei Zhu. We won't show you a replay of that, it wasn't that interesting, but just to let you know.
Oh, thank God for that. This day is going to be long enough. Yeah, just checking on Twitter, it seems to be there's a lot of positive response for the new tiered system in the UK Championship, which is good. I mean, you're not going to please everybody or all the players, but I think generally players are pretty happy, and I'm sure maybe people watching as well, the fact that we have Judgment Day as well, it gives the fans a chance to see these qualifiers live as well.
I think what's been good, the last 2 days we've been on the World Snooker Tour YouTube and Facebook pages, and we've had a lot of viewers from around the world who sometimes struggle to actually access live snooker, particularly in North America. We had a lot of people in America and Canada watching yesterday, and it's great to have that interaction. Wherever you are in the world, do let us know, because we're always thrilled to have you watching right around the globe. We know that snooker's growing in popularity internationally.
Yeah, don't forget to send us in your tweets at Dave Hendon and myself at Ken Doherty 1997. I'd love to hear from you. Any questions that you may have about the UK Championships or about these players. I don't know much about them. Dave has all the stats on those, but definitely about, yeah, send us in your questions.
Yeah, and maybe any UK Championship memories, because there'll be people at different ages. Some people may remember the first one that Patsy Fagan won. There'll be newer viewers as well, but any particular matches, finals that stand out, we love to reminisce here. You expect the safety to be good between these two. All the snooker they played in their life, right from junior days through the pro ranks.
Stayed in his house quite a number of times, you know, and went down to practice with Jimmy White. It was quite incredible, you know. He set the practice time for about 9:30 in the morning, and maybe 10 o'clock, and I could hear the car starting at about 8:30. He was already getting down to the club, getting the table ready, having a little bit of a warm up before I even came down, and then we'd have a little best of 9 for 20 quid. Great fun.
I think it's very admirable that he's still so in love with snooker. You know, he's had knocks, of course, and they've been quite high profile, but to still have that same pure love I think he had when he was a boy is really remarkable.
Yeah, I think that's the fascinating thing about him as well, you know. Very admirable thing. His logo's coming off there off his logo's coming off his shirt. I think he may need a bit of stitching, or that may need to come off and be restitched at the interval.
Olivia Martil, you didn't think this would be one of your duties this morning, did he?
You got a scissors handy?
It's been so long.
Needle and thread.
Yeah, got a knife.
Well, listen, plenty of people have got the needle in these qualifiers over the years. I might need someone to sort that out. It needs to either come off or be stuck back on, doesn't it? It's sort of hanging off at the moment. So this is a rather unexpected little stoppage of play. It's not stuck on, is it? It's sewn on, I think.
Yeah.
So
you got it off. Okay, it's good.
It's good. It's been torn off, I think.
He's got rightly stitched up here, hasn't he?
Kelly Barker is a very big snooker fan. I'm not surprised you're watching Kelly, because loves to come to tournaments and watch all the coverage. And thanks for getting in touch. I remember Jimmy winning in '92, she says, kicking the final, blew away as it fell out of the pocket. What a joy to see him having a run this week all these years later. James Fisher has said UK are the best player not to be UK champion. I don't know how you feel about that, really. I suppose it is a compliment.
Yeah, well, as I said, well, listen, I love the UK Championship, I must say. Losing in 3 finals, it's not always great in your CV, but what can you do? I've had some great matches, great experiences, and still enjoying it.
Right, just a little concerned here, seeing Reds moving around this one. I think he's on to the corner. Dominic's going to have a look anyway.
It's a big frame, isn't it? We always say this frame before the mid-session interval, difference of 2-all or 3-1. I think he's covered this red over the corner, so it's not too bad, but Dominic's got to try and get the cue ball somewhere where it is now, preferably behind the blue. And he hasn't done it, so a chance for Jimmy here.
Yeah, it's been a very scrappy frame. Can he just sort of clear his mind of what's happened and focus here on the chance in front of him? Well, in fact, he's taken the red to far corner.
Good pot, needs a nice kiss. Oh, he's got a lovely kiss on the red there for the pink. Ooh, that's nice. Getting the cue ball clean. We've got a chance to tell you, Ray Doherty, who's, as you said, from people watching from North, South America. Well, he's over in America, the USA, and he's watching as well. He says, as an Irishman in the USA, getting these streams to watch is fantastic. Really loving it. Thanks, Ray, for your tweet. Hope you're enjoying it as much as we are.
Yeah, Jesse Pugh watching in Nashville, Tennessee. Wow. Hoping someday World Snooker Tour can come to the USA with a ranking tournament. Well, if they do, myself and Ken volunteer to come over as well.
Yeah. One place I've always would have liked to visit.
Yeah, a little bit of singing you could do in Nashville, Ken.
Yeah, a little bit of blues. Go down to Graceland, Tennessee. Oh, Jimmy. Stretching and played it a bit quick as well. Oh, be disappointed with that.
Yeah, and about Graceland, they'll be all shook up there, Jimmy. I think that was. It's been that sort of frame actually. I thought this match might settle down, but if anything, it's getting edgier.
Yeah, could be Heartbreak Hotel for one of these today as well. Sorry, Phil Yates to be loving these, wouldn't he?
Oh, he'd be in his element.
We could go on, but we won't bore you. I'll keep it strictly snooker. But yeah, it's great to see so many people around the world watching it, enjoying it.
Simon White, we must mention his cousin Darren, who's set up YouTube on his TV, especially to watch Jimmy. So hope you're enjoying it, Darren. He's going to be, if you're a Jimmy White fan, it seems every match is agony one way or another. They all really want him to do well. This is still in the balance, of course, in the very early stages. It could get very tense later if it's still close.
Defo no Poonjang has tweeted in. Question for Kenneth. Why do you have 1997 in your Twitter handle? Could you explain this in detail over the remaining several hours of the stream, please? Well, it was the year I was born. I wish.
It's worth mentioning we're only 5 minutes walk from the Crucible itself, so we're right in the heart of snooker country here. Another viewer in America, Bryce in Pennsylvania. We got to go to America. That's what we're finding out from all these tweets. Let's get over there.
Well, funny you should say that. I mean, Mike Dunn has been in discussions with an American promoter, and very advanced discussions as well. So. Watch this space for everybody watching in North America. We may be visiting with a ranking tournament. That would be very, very special. First of the kind, and yeah, so hopefully Mike and the promoter over in America can get some sort of deal going and have the first ranking tournament in America. That would be something special, wouldn't it?
Definitely, yeah.
Oh, nice little nudge, wasn't it, off the middle pocket? The gunk of the middle pocket, they call it. I don't know where they got gunk from. Maybe Dominic might tell us. That's a little sort of snooker expression, the gunk of the middle pocket. Oh, he's missed that. I don't know whether that was a heavy contact, but he was up straight away off
Dominic Dale,
that.
13.
Poor miss.
Another one from the US, San Diego. Mike Holt, not that one. Another one. Really enjoying Judgment Day. I fear this White Dale match is headed for Shredsville. Well, I think he might be. I think we might already be there actually. It's a rather edgy frame. We will, of course, be back with the other table shortly, but we're going to stay with this one because it's heading towards an interval.
1.
Yeah, Jimmy just had a quick glance at those two reds around. Now, is this red to the right of the black available? Or does he have to disturb the two reds and the black? And that's why maybe he's taken. I'm not quite sure why he's not taking the yellow here, to be honest. Brown is a lot easier. Oh, he's played this nicely.
Thanks, Jimmy.
If the cue ball just travels a bit more, yeah, and that's a lovely shot, really. Well judged.
Now this is the latest on table 3, Tom Ford, Nopp and Sencom. Sencom's got, as you can see, 80 points to 1 in front. It's going to take frame 5. Been high quality there, actually, and it always looked a close one. So 3-2, it's about to go. Tom Ford, the man in front. Jimmy White looking to carve out a 3-1 lead here.
6.
Work still to be done, clearly, in this frame. We've had a tweet from Ontario, Canada. Dan Smith watching the action. We'd love to see an event in Toronto. Of course, there's been a lot of snooker over the years in Canada going back, but we'd love to get back there again. And we've got
12.
Also a viewer in South Africa watching Jimmy the Legend. His name certainly carries a lot of weight, doesn't it, all around the world, because he's just been at it so long.
Yeah, ever popular Jimmy White, effervescent. Such a great ambassador for the game, and still going strong at the ripe young age of 60. He's taking this red on, playing it with an element of safety. Trying to get the cover on the pink if he misses it. Well, he's played it lovely.
13.
As I said, regarded as one of the best players ever to play with the rest, and there was an example of it. This red doesn't pot. He's had a look at it already, so it must be touching. And he's got to try and make a little cannon. Just a delicate shot. Oh, what a shot that is. I think he's knocked it on, you know.
19.
That is a wonderful shot. Have a look at the score. He's 2 points ahead. So that difficult green is going to be needed. Well, this red shouldn't be a problem. You'd expect them to pot this. Okay, the cue ball is quite close to the red, but still expect them to pot this. Yeah, well played. He's played for
20.
blue. He needs to hold up the cue ball. He's okay.
Well, a really critical juncture early on in this match. Jimmy White trying to get that 2-frame lead. Dominic Dale's had a few chances in this frame.
Well, this will be some shot, Dave.
25.
Yellow up and down the table. 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 cushions here. 1, 2. No. Oh.
27.
Himself in a lot of trouble. Needed to try and get that cue ball in between pink and black.
Just while he looks at this, another American viewer, David, watching the YouTube stream in New York, he says, I'm one of the few people to have a full-size snooker table in my house here. I'd love you guys to come and play. We have a club in Brooklyn as well. Kenny's already booking his tickets for that. Sounds great. Jimmy White could get through to the green. Meanwhile,
Jimmy White, 27.
so he leads by 10 points in what is now a really big 4th frame. And all the balls are on now. Nothing on cushions. Dominic Dale has to get the green safe.
Well, does this green go past the black? I'm not quite sure. does. It's pretty tight. Good shot.
3.
Good pot that. 13 points in the lead. So Brown would put him 17 points in the lead, but still 18 remaining. So he's going to need brown and blue here. Big shot this for Jimmy White. Oh, beautifully cued. Beautifully cued. How's
7.
his cue ball? It's okay.
Well, what a shot coming up. This is for 3-1. Is Rob Walker going to be introducing Jimmy White at the Barbican next week? If he can pop this, he'll be 3 frames away. Oh, it just stays out.
Jimmy White 7.
Didn't expect him to miss that, to be honest. It's a shot. The players be pretty confident of getting the cue ball. Was nice and close to the blue. Tried to get the cover on the black as well, but hasn't managed to do that. So Dominic's, he's got to, let me see, can he get the blue around the cushions up into the balk area, in the middle of the ball cushion? Oh, he's played this very well. Very good shot. Very good shot indeed. So now Jimmy had that blue for frame. Now he's under a little bit of pressure here. Now he try and chip the blue to the left-hand side cushion. Oh, he's gone long. He's gone long, but I think he's left it. I think he's left it unless that blue travels. It's potable, but it's very difficult. Just travelled enough, I think, to make this really difficult pot. Dominic, he may take it on though.
Well, can Jimmy White, second time of asking, pot this blue? Still pressure on this. It's another big moment as he attempts to get to 3-1. In it goes this
5.
time. So 22 to the good. Surely that's frame over. Well, okay, didn't pot it first time, but he'll be delighted to see that go in. And it looks like Jimmy White, at the age of 60, is going to be 3 frames from a place in the final stages. What a story. What a story developing here.
Jimmy
Dominic
White
Dale,
5.
he's not giving this up, it would seem, but he needs 2 snookers with pink and black on.
Yeah, good blue that was in the end from Jimmy. Particularly when you've missed one that you expect to get 9 times out of 10. It's no good. It's going to knock the black safe, and that's going to be even more awkward to get snookers from there. Now Dominic will probably concede here. Jimmy will knock this pink over the green pocket. Almost impossible to get snookers from the position now.
Foul.
Well, certainly now.
Foul.
And that is a concession. So it's 3-1 to Jimmy White
7.
at the
Frame
mid-session
conceded.
interval. He's 3 frames
7.
away from the final stages.
And Jimmy White. It is
Let's just
53.
have a look what's
So
going on at the
8
other tables. Table 2 is getting interesting. All Chinese affair. Tian Pengfei and Yusa looking like going 2 each. Tian still needs a red here. He's 61 in front with 67 on.
Foul.
Well, didn't hit that actually, but it's the same maths. Tian still needs another red. 65 in it now. Owned up
Quite
to
a little
the
possibly
foul
count, please.
immediately.
Thank you.
Another match really that was, I think, difficult to call at the start of the day. Schuster had that chance for the maximum in an earlier frame, broke down on 96, missed quite a straightforward red actually, which was a bit of a surprise. More difficult shots ahead of him. Just to say, on the other tables, Jamie Clark's gone 5-0 up against Dwayne Jones. Tom Ford still 3-2 against Noppert Senkarm. But Jimmy White really turning into one of the big stories, never mind this week, but this whole season, if he can make it to the Barbican, just imagine the atmosphere. Whoever he draws, it'll be one of the top 16. He's not there yet, but if he does get through, what an atmosphere, guaranteed, for whatever session he plays. But as I say, he's still got to win another 3 frames. So that's this frame looking like going to Tian Peng Fei. And table 3 has been pretty high quality between Tom Ford and Noppen Senkarm. It was 3-1 to Ford, 3-2 now, but Ford in early on in frame 6. 11-0 up, 12 now with that red. Looking to do what he does best, which is make a big break. Tom Ford, a very heavy scorer, 5 maximums. He's had 257 career centuries, so he's in these sort of upper echelons in terms of scoring. And this always looked a difficult match to call. There's only one place between them in the rankings. Ford's 32nd, Senkarm's 33rd, but Ford at the moment, semi-finalist 4 years ago, 2018. Just looking to hold his opponent off and get himself into that final stages draw. And he'd be a handful for sure for anybody. Very experienced player, not at the best of seasons. Did get to the last 16 though relatively recently at the Northern Ireland Open in Belfast. So that's table 3, and let's complete the set by looking at table 4, and this is completely one-sided. All Welsh affair. Jamie Clark cross-doubled the pink, potted the black in frame 1, and then went on a bit of a scoring spree, breaks of 77, 75, 52, 63. So in the last 4 frames, Dwayne Jones only scored 21 points. And Jamie Clark is looking like, and there's a long way to go potentially, but looking like the first player into the final stages as a qualifier for the UK Championship. And if he does win, of course, we will speak to him later on. But at the moment, Jamie Clark looking good. I think we're going to see a lot of close matches, but at the moment, this is not shaping up to be one of them. So let's go over to Rob, who has Ken with him, to have a little look at things.
Yes, thanks very much. We are definitely getting value for money from Ken Doherty this afternoon and tonight. Ken, a few nerves creeping in there, but that last frame for Jimmy was huge.
Yeah, it was. I mean, a big difference as well. I was just saying in commentary, I mean, you know, you could see the relief on Jimmy's face. He missed the blue the first time that you'd expect him to get 9 times out of 10. But you can see how much it means to him when he did get the blue. You know, he put his hand up to his face, you know, as if to say, why didn't you do it the first time? But, yeah, a big relief for him. 3-1 up. Both players a little bit nervous. They're not really scoring that much, but you can see how much it means to both players. They want to be in York playing rather than commentating.
Of course, yes. We'll be seeing both of them on Eurosport's coverage. But, yes, they hope that that comes after they play in the last 32. There were some good moments from Dominic. And he's so technically adept. He's such a great thinker of the game and about life. Yeah. But in that second frame, he made an uncharacteristic mistake on the brown, and that allowed Jimmy to double his advantage instead of getting pegged back to 1 apiece.
Well, I was quite surprised because he got himself back into the frame, and you know, and he didn't take a brown on earlier. And what happened is that sometimes when you get yourself, you know, from it looks like an unassailable position. He played that bad safety shot on the brown eventually, but there was a time a couple of shots ago where he didn't go for the brown, where he possibly should have. But Jimmy potted a really good brown there after, you know, in the jaws of the middle pocket. He's potted a good brown there. He's potted a really good blue in the last frame before the mid-session interval. And he's potting some good balls, Jimmy. Just like to have his cue ball a little bit tighter just to make big breaks. But, yeah, a little bit surprised from Dominic there.
And I guess one of the people sending in a tweet, it's been great to have the tweets. We've got people watching literally all over the world. We are on Discovery Plus. We're on the World Snooker Tour Facebook page and YouTube. We're making this free to air to as many different people in as many different countries as possible. And the key word that I heard from somebody on one of your tweets, Shredsville. As Jimmy edges closer, if he edges closer, from 3-1 to the winning line and a first place in the last 32 for 12 years. How much are nerves going to play a part?
Yeah, I think they will. But, you know, he's had some great wins already in this tournament. You know, that 6-0 against Mitchell Mann, particularly the 6-4 against Steve Maguire in the last round. They will stand tall, you know, as it comes closer. He's been there. He's very experienced, as is Dominic. Yes, he will get a little bit more nervous, there's no doubt about it. But I think he's playing confidently enough that he'll get over the line if the chance comes. But I wouldn't rule out Dominic completely just yet. He's an experienced campaigner. He's a very, very clever player. And I think there's a lot more snooker left in this match just yet.
Yeah, well, let's hope so. Let's hope so. Thanks very much, Ken. I know you're going to have a little break now. Just before we hand back to Dave in the commentary box, I'm going in to join him. Just a quick clarification as to where we are with all the scores. We had Tian Peng Fei was trailing, but he's now drawn level. They've gone off for their mid-session interval. Zhu Se, well, he was tantalisingly close. Well, not tantalisingly close, but he missed the 13th red for a max on a break of 96, but Peng Fei has drawn level. Jamie Clark is just one away from the winning line. He tends to thrive in Judgment Day. He's come through World Championship Judgment Days twice in 2020 and 2022. And Tom Ford just about in front against Noppon Siankam. But Noppon Siankam has already had some great performances this season, so he's got a little bit of momentum. Right, Ken's going to have a break and a cup of tea. We are back with the one and only Dave Hendon, and I'll be in to join him shortly. Remember, this is Judgment Day Part 1, and you will not miss a single beat of drama.
Yeah, it's been a dramatic start, but Jamie Clark, at the moment, he's looking favourite to be the first man into the final stages in terms of from the qualifying. He's 5-0 up and playing well, clearly, against Dwayne Jones. So this is table 4. Jamie Clark loves his snooker, loves being part of the tour. He's ranked 49 in the world. That's his highest ever ranking, actually. So it shows you he's had a good couple of years. Former shootout semi-finalist. That first frame was big. It's not always going to be the case. Frame 1 sets the tone, but he won it on the black and he's not looked back since. He's made a lot of breaks. And he's in again here, although it's going to be hard to continue. Yeah, thanks for all the messages that you've been sending in. Particularly, again, we had one from San Francisco, so a lot of people in America, this seems to be a bit of a pattern. James Cook as well, watching on YouTube in America. A lot of people out there enjoying the coverage, and a lot of people supporting Jimmy White all around the world. Nominated black here. This is a big shot. Ooh, just caught the red. But the sort of shot you could play at 5-0, I suppose, without too much fear of what you leave. John Stewart from Northern Ireland. We were watching, of course, Dominic Dale a moment ago, asking, is Dominic Dale the only multiple ranking event winner never to be in the top 16? I believe so, John. I'm sure someone will correct me if I'm wrong, but as I explained earlier, because of the ranking system then, it was very different. Your ranking only changed at the end of the season, whereas now it changes after every event. So had this system been in place where he won either of his 2 titles, 97 Grand Prix, 2007 Shanghai Masters, I'm sure he would have got it immediately, but that wasn't the case. Highest ever ranking for Dominic, 19. We have a chap here in Morocco asking Ronnie O'Sullivan to come and play in Morocco. I think he's been on holiday there, hasn't he? The correspondent Taha says he discovered snooker because of Ronnie, and that's a familiar tale. Now, Dwayne Jones, meantime, is in, and he's got to try now and put something together because time is seriously running out. We've seen matches now and again, one from 5-0 down. It's very rare, but if it's going to happen, you fancy it will happen in qualifying where the pressure's on. So let's see if Dwayne Jones can finally get going in this match. He's left it late. The question is it too late? He's had a strange season. He hadn't won a match prior to coming into the qualifying for this. But of course, this is a big money tournament, so every match he's won here has started to ease a bit of the financial pressure, the rankings pressure. And he's had some very good wins. He beat Anthony McGill in the last round. Rhiannon Evans round 1, Louis Heathcote as well. But in the mire right now. to say top forward's gone 4-2 against Noppen Senkamp. Rob has joined me, and we've just about worked out how to plug your microphone in, Rob.
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Dave, I think it's the very first time you and I have sat together in a commentary box. Absolutely delighted to be keeping you company for a little while. And what a run of form Dwayne Jones has shown in this championship. As you mentioned, he hasn't won a match all season. And I mean, the manner in which he beat McGill was absolutely brilliant. At a 106, a 99, a 98, an 87 and a 54. Turning it on from nowhere. Reminding himself of that great run to the German Masters semis a few years ago. But he is massively under the cosh in this match.
He is, and he's left a chance for Jamie Clark potentially to get it won. The truth is, they can all play, can't they? We know that. You don't get on the tour by accident. They're all good players. It's finding form consistently. And we've seen a lot of players actually beat top players and then not back it up against players maybe they should beat. It's about finding that consistency round after round. It's not easy because the strength in depth, I mean, this tournament, he's 45 years old. The strength in depth is the highest it's ever been. So you have to maintain that form round after round. Looks like, Rob, Jamie might be the first player that you're interviewing, because he's a very confident character. I think I don't see him collapsing from here, put it that way.
No, and we mentioned it when we just did a little hit in the studio there with Ken. He has already come through Judgment Day twice in the World Championships. I remember in 2020, you know, before he had that famous run to the last 16, Let's Dance, let's not go there, when he played Anthony McGill in the last 16. He was crying after he won his last qualifying match in 2020, because of course the rules state that it doesn't matter where you are in the rankings. If you come through the 4 qualifying rounds and you make it through to the Crucible, your place on tour is safe. And you know, he was playing under immense pressure in 2020 at the English Institute behind closed doors, because his whole sporting future was on the line. So he tends to have the right kind of personality for Judgment Day, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I was in that bubble at the qualifiers in 2020, and Jamie and Jordan Brown formed a little double act in the hotel, and we all seemed to see them. We're chatting about snooker constantly, and of course they both qualified. Well, it's a good red. I'm not quite sure this break is going to continue much longer, but he's holding all the cards in this match, and he's experienced enough not to start sort of going for ridiculous pots, because if you open that door, then the danger is, you know, your opponent dives through it. I was just saying to Ken, though, I mean, I don't want to preempt things too much, but if Jimmy qualifies, you're going to get to introduce him at the Barbican. That's whoever he plays, whatever the session, what an atmosphere that's going to be.
Oh, listen, I mean, one of my... I'm on my 15th anniversary. I started my life in snooker. I'm very grateful I am to have done so. At the UK Champs in Telford in 07, so 15 years in. And there are two things... There's only one thing I haven't done yet, and that's introduced Jimmy at the Crucible. But introducing him this forthcoming weekend, or early next week, whenever the match would be pretty close to that, I think, bearing in mind it would be 12 years since he's been there before. And as we said at the top of the programme, as you said and as Ken said, there is going to be a different feel at the Barbican, because the minute we get there, there are 2 tables instead of 8. I think it's going to feel very, very special. And I mean, it's a huge story, isn't it? It's hard for us to be objective because we're so close to it, and because we love the sport, and you know, rejigging the event is about promoting snooker, but it really would be a massive story that would emanate beyond the confines of the snooker fraternity if Jimmy was to make it into the first round proper at the Barbican.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, he'd come through from round 1, 60 years of age. He's one of the great survivors of our sport. This frame's got very scrappy. Why don't we go back to table 1 for now, because the players have returned, Jimmy White and Dominic Dale. So let's have a look at the early exchanges of frame 5, because we'll be back to see if Jamie Clark can wrap this up later, but at the moment he has doubled that, but the balls are all on cushions, so there's a bit of life in this one yet. So let's go to table 1 and just enjoy the early stages. It's been quite a nervy match, this, not a match of breaks, but it's about getting to 6 ultimately. That's what is on the agenda today. Jimmy White's 3 away. And I know so many snooker fans out there, they always have this belief in Jimmy. You know, they always think he can do it, he can do it. And they'll be feeling that right now, albeit he snookered immediately here.
Sorry, it's just something so accessible about Jimmy, isn't there? Because he's never pretended to be a perfect human being, but therein lies his appeal. None of us are perfect. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and as you've said in commentary already, the fact that this guy still cares as much about the game as he first did when he was playing after school on a Friday with his dad in the local club is incredible testament to his genuine passion for the sport.
Yeah, I think the way I sort of put it before, and we'll put it again, is you look at people like Steve Davis, Stephen Hendry, that sort of almost unreachable peak of perfection, and you look at them and you think, how on earth were you that dominant? How did you get that good? You look at them and they're the sort of people you want to be. You look at Jimmy and he's the sort of person you are. You're human. You're flawed. You wear your heart on your sleeve. You make mistakes. But if you're anything like Jimmy, you just keep coming back and trying again and hoping things will get better. And that's what he's done all these years. He won't be so happy with that one because he has left this red on.
Dominic Delfort.
But that's the affection I think so many people have for him, and that's not going to go away, regardless of this result today or any other.
And hasn't he been interviewed before? Hasn't someone asked him, would you swap the adoration for one world title? And he's always said no. And equally, I think Stephen Hendry's been asked the question, would you give up one of your 7 to be as popular as Jimmy? And he looks at you with those serial killer eyes and just goes, why are you even asking me that question? No.
Yeah, they're very different characters. Dominic Dale decided not to take the red on. He felt he couldn't get on a colour. But this time White has escaped. Yes, I mean, we're in Sheffield. You can sort of feel the whole history of those rivalries between those finals, rather, between Hendry and White here in the Steel City down the years in the 90s. The first World Championship I worked on was 1998. And that was the year that Jimmy had to qualify Drew Hendry, and he beat him in round 1. It was a big shock. But at that time, it was felt as if that was a last hurrah for Jimmy. Well, here we are, basically 25 years on, and he's 3 frames from qualifying for the UK Championship. Incredible. But what we've definitely seen in this match is it means a hell of a lot to Dominic as well, and he has, I think, been at times a little defensive, and the match has gone maybe okay. Jimmy wants to play fluently, but it's kind of gone in his favour a little bit.
Well, I think earlier this year, Dave, you've done a lot of stints in commentary with Dominic. Earlier this year, I think Dominic was resigned to having a second stage of his life as a Eurosport commentator, and I think he had almost come to terms with the fact that his career was over. So it's an amazing story in a different way that Dominic is, albeit trailing here, he's 1 match away from appearing in the last 32 of the UK Championship. He's a multiple World Championship quarter-finalist, had that big gap, didn't he? What was it, 2000 and then 2014? When he came out in 2014, he stopped at the table and asked me what I thought of his shoes. I said, well, hang on, Dominic, you've got a quarter-final to play here.
Well,
but there's intrigue on both sides of the table. You know, they've both contributed a huge amount to snooker. Jimmy more than Dominic, by virtue of the fact he's 10 years older and he's been in all those World Championship finals. But Dominic's a character in his own right, and he won't be giving up on this match just yet.
He won't, but I just feel White is playing the more attacking snooker, and there again he's knocked in a good red, and okay, that looks like it's gone wrong, but he seems to just be taking a few more on. We had a tweet from Frederick in Bern in Switzerland. He says, very nice that this has been made available to everyone. I hope Alexander Ursenbacher doesn't fall off the tour, because he's the only one we have in Switzerland, a very talented attacking player. Seems to struggle with consistency. Well, he's proof of what I was saying earlier about beating a top player and then not quite backing it up, because it seems whenever he plays Ronnie O'Sullivan, he beats him. but then seems to fall short. He has played at the Crucible, of course, but yeah, of course we weren't a player as exciting as that to stay on the tour. And hello to all the Swiss snooker fans out there.
Just a quick update on the scores. Tom Ford leading 4-2 against Noppon Siankam. They're in the very, very early stages of the 7th. Tian Peng Fei, Xu Se, 2 apiece. Very early stages of frame 5 for them, and we've got 3 reds rooted to the cushion as Jamie Clark tries to edge his way towards the winning line and becoming our first interviewee on Judgment Day. We'll be here to interview everybody who gets themselves in the draw, and I think, Dave, the draw is going to be, assuming we get a gap between tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, that is when we will do the draw. So there'll be a couple of either-ors, but we will know the identity of most of the names going into the mix with the top 16. I think you're helping with the draw. Are you doing the seeds or the qualifiers?
I'm not sure. It was mentioned. I heard it being mentioned, so we'll see. But they may find someone better by tomorrow. You never know. Again, Dominic has got in here, but this is the story of the day for him. Really, it's just been a lot of that sort of expression on his face. Not quite worked out as planned. So back to the safety. Oh dear, Dom, that's not good. Well, the only good news is he didn't go in off there. If he had have done, then it would have been a really easy starter. But that's just not a good sign, I think, if people are supporting Dominic, and he will have plenty of supporters, despite who he's playing. He's not quite sort of upped his game since the interval. A tweet here. When did you guys start streaming the matches live on YouTube? I love the fact World Snooker is relatively active on YouTube. For a teenager like me, it's the best way to stay up to date on snooker events. Well, Rob and myself are not teenagers, but that's good to hear. And we started on Monday, actually Monday, Tuesday. We've been here doing commentary on the Table 1 match. This Judgment Day, of course, has been done many years in the past for the World Championship, but World Snooker, because of the format change, have brought it back for this UK Championship. So glad you're enjoying it. Again, that was a good aggressive shot choice from Jimmy White, and he definitely is on the front foot here. He senses a chance. He's not being put under massive pressure. Again, even if he's not on a colour, it's a good sign that he's taking those on, because if he'd have missed that, he would definitely have left Dominic Dale in.
Well, how well did he play in the closing stages against Stephen Maguire? It was absolutely brilliant, blowing a kiss to the camera as he went off. Wonderful century. And Stephen, another former UK champion who hasn't quite made it back to the Barbican this year. He normally has an absolutely brilliant record here in York. Stephen was very magnanimous in that defeat. Huge amount of respect for the 2 UK champions, Jimmy in '92, and Stephen, I think, Stephen Maguire followed Matthew Stevens, who won it in 2003, and Stephen's title came 12 months later. So yeah, Jimmy's demonstrated some brilliant form. His first 2 matches here were both 6-0s, weren't they? So he's in fine fettle. Semi-finalist on his debut back in '81. Just extraordinary.
Dominic Dale trying a very intricate shot. Didn't quite make it. Yeah, I was saying to Ken, '81, the very first match, I don't know whether you heard us, Rob, but the very first match Jimmy played in this tournament, he beat Clive Everton, who was on tour then.
Wow, I'd made a few notes on '81, but I'd stopped at I looked at who he'd beaten in the quarters, which was Ray at 9-8. But wow, Clive Everton, the great, the now retired evergreen.
I spoke to him this morning. You know, he's still following all of it, but as you say, retired from journalism a few weeks ago. There's Leo Scullion, no sign of retirement from him. He was here last night refereeing, and he's marking this afternoon. Just helping Olivia Martial with the replacement to cue ball. look. Yeah.
That leg was almost dead straight, so I think you're right.
Yeah. Jimmy?
Happy?
Jimmy might just invite you to have a little look. I trust you. That's nice to hear. Big smile on Dominic's face, isn't there? Now then, just a little bit harder. This is certainly harder. I think he's got there this time. I think we better get to table 4 though, because it could be the beginning of the end there between Jamie Clark and Dwayne Jones. Yeah, let's have a look at this. This is the position. Jamie Clark 9 points behind. Well, he couldn't actually see the red to pot it, but this frame well and truly in the balance. Yeah, we want to just see if this match does come to a conclusion, because although obviously the White Dale match, I know a lot of people are following, want to show respect to all the players here. Dwayne Jones looks, well, I think he can see a little bit of the red actually, not quite fully snookered, but talk about up against it. Now then, is this the moment for Jamie Clark? Amazing how many frames you see in the qualifiers where not a single colour is on its spot, because that's often the sort of snooker it is. A bit scrappy. But Clark's had a lot of breaks today, having said that. Ooh, well, he's not made one there. So, in fact, a chance for Dwayne Jones here, 9 points in front. He played at the Tempodrome, that's a semi-final of the German Masters, one of the great atmospheres in snooker, the one table there, and would love to experience something similar by getting to another final stages of another big event.
One.
I think it was a great run by him 3 years ago. Beat Ding and Jack Lazowski and Robert Milkins. Ding and Robert Milkins are playing tomorrow for a place in the draw and a place in the last 32. And I think he succumbed to Dave Gilbert in the end, but it was a brilliant run to the semis. I've never been to the Tempodrome, but everybody tells me it is absolutely phenomenal to be there in the flesh. You know, even though TV sort of does events justice, you've sometimes got to be standing there to really feel the hairs on the back of your neck leap to attention, and everybody says the Tempodrome is just phenomenal.
Yeah, and actually one of the best things about it, it's not, the arena's brilliant, but it's actually outside, it's in the foyer. It's a real festival feel. They have merchandise stalls, they have food stalls, and all the fans gather there between matches and swap stories. It's a very kind of positive atmosphere, and you know, people don't just slope off after the snooker, they all congregate, and you know, it's become a firm fixture on the calendar. Dwayne Jones has got the snooker here. He needs basically everything to go right for him from now on in. He would like Jamie Clark to leave this, I'm sure, give him a chance to win his first frame. But he's in fact fluked to snooker. So the little signs there that it might not be your day.
Tom Ford's at the table again. 4-2 up and in the balls against Noppon Siankam. And bearing in mind the form that they've both had so far this season, with Noppon making the semis of the British Open, and this would be a big win for Tom Ford. He's not there yet, but he's in a good position at the moment with a 2-frame lead and an opportunity to move to within one of the winning line. So we'll keep a close eye on the Leicester Cuman.
Well, something about that pocket, he missed the red into it earlier, now the green. The brown is the key ball in some ways here in this frame. But he can get the snooker here, I suspect. So Dwayne Jones just looking to turn the screw. 17 in front. Very low scoring frame, actually. 39-22 on the brown. Oh, he hasn't got the snooker. But the brown has run past the middle pocket.
I think we should probably stay with this for a little while just to see whether Jamie Jones gets over the line. Jimmy is in the balls on table 1. He's got a lead of almost 40 points, but there's plenty of life left in that one. Tom Ford just about done and dusted here, moving to within 1 frame of an excellent victory over Noppon Siankam. But let's stay with this and see whether Jamie Clark is going to be the first player through to the Judgment Day draw tomorrow afternoon.
I think he's lining up to take this on. No, he's playing safe. I just wondered if 5-0 down he felt have a go, but that's not the percentage game, certainly.
Nip and tuck between the 2 Chinese players on table 2. Zhu Se has got the 5th wrapped up, so he will take a 3-2 advantage. Remember, he just missed that 13th red for a maximum in the 3rd frame. Jamie Clark trying to close this out. 6 without reply. Jimmy White not quite at frame ball yet in the 5th, although he is in front by 51. There's still 6 reds on the table.
Tom Ford's made a 2nd century, so 5-2 looking good. That was a difficult one to call against Noppon Siankam, but Ford not only leading but playing really good stuff. Very, very cagey, this frame. Good stuff being played, though, around the other tables. Zhu Se with a big break to lead 3-2. So, we expect quite a few tactical frames, but the quality is there as well. We had 61 centuries coming in to today from the first 4 days of this qualifying event. Very impressive standard. Charlie Peng still at the top with 144.
Well, we thought there was going to be a max with Ding, didn't we? Missing on the yellow. Did you think he was going to get it?
I did, actually, yeah. I thought he'd done. I think when you get down to the colours, unless there's one on the cushion or something, you feel the players have sort of done the hard work, but he wasn't ideal on it, and yeah, it was a shame. It was a real shame. Especially him as well. People love watching Ding playing well.
I think Ding and Milkins could be one of the matches of the qualifiers. I mean, yeah, we don't need to drag up all the drama that occurred around Rob Milkins in Turkey, but he was on the verge of a commanding win against Ding before the legendary Chinese player, winner of 3 UK crowns, clawed his way back into that one. And Milkins will feel he owes the 3-time UK champion a defeat off the back of that. Should be a really good match, that one. That's coming up tomorrow.
Well, Jamie Clark had a couple of goes at certainly the red and then the brown, but finds himself snooking down the blue. 13 behind. He's got to be careful. If he leaves the blue on, it's probably 5-1. But, well, it would be very thin, this, if it did cut. I'm not sure it does. I don't think so. Where's this cue ball? He doesn't want this in. He does not want this in. Oh, well, that was probably match over had that dropped. That would have been a rotten way to exit, wouldn't it, if that had been his last shot?
Well, Dwayne Jones would have come into this match, of course, feeling a little bit nervous, perhaps, being on the verge of securing a 5-figure sum and 5 figures of ranking points, but he would have been full of confidence after that magnificent win over Anthony McGill. He wouldn't have expected that this is how today would pan out, if indeed it does finish 6-0. And Clark now has the opportunity, surely, to get this done and dusted.
Yeah, he's got a lot of space to land on the pink here, so it's just about, you feel, one good pot on the blue. Let's see. Well, he's not in, and he's left it, so that looks like 5-1. He'd be annoyed. That has a definite chance. And you never know, if we're here an hour from now and it's 5-3, 5-4, you know, things get a bit sticky. He'll look back at chances he's had to win it, maybe. So, a low-scoring frame is going to go to Dwayne Jones, and we'll get back shortly to table 1, I think, because Jimmy White has built a lead there. But firstly, just watch Dwayne Jones knock this pink in. There we go, 5-1. Match not over yet. So let's get back to table 1, where Jimmy White already, of course, is leading 3-1 against Dominic Dale, and 49 points in front. Where's this red? Not in. That was effectively frame over had it dropped.
One.
Yeah, this table not that inviting, so it's a good lead Jimmy White's got, because the two big colours, the black and the pink, both in awkward positions. But Dominic Dale looking to make a dent in the lead. We are shortly going to hear from Graham Dott. Well, he's missed meanwhile he's missed that blue. I wasn't expecting that, so Dominic Dale maybe about to go 4-1 down here. 48 in it, 51 on. Jimmy White just needs a red. And that looks like 4-1, and the whirlwind will be 2 frames from the final stages. Quite incredible what's happening here. In it goes, so snooker's required. Okay, it's been another scratchy old frame. Scrappy old frame. But Jimmy White is edging closer to York and a place in the final stages at the Barbican. Ah, could have done with that for the points.
Jimmy White won.
Because the balls are actually in good positions for snookers, aren't they? I mean, they're in horrible positions, actually, but even though it will be hard for Dominic Dale to win the frame without getting all those colours back into play, he's not going to give this up yet. He has not played that great, though, it's got to be said. And that's why he's in the mire here. And again, if that's touching, it's quite an easy run away for Jimmy White. It is touching. Yeah.
Frame conceded.
And
Frame Jimmy White.
Conceded. So Jimmy White then, he's 2 frames from the final stages of the UK Snooker Championship. He leads Dominic Dale by 4 frames to 1. A little break between frames, so let's go to table 2, where Zhu of China leads Tian Pengfei, his compatriot, 3-2. He had that maximum attempt earlier, broke down on 96. But overall, seems to be queuing very confidently. He's been quite a fluent display.
Quietly, please.
He had, 99 break in the 5th frame. So he was... he won the first on the black, 96, that was the maximum attempt in frame 3. Missed that red, but 99 in the last. And looking now to try and pull away, I guess.
40.
Still 5-2 to Tom Ford against Noppen Senkarm, 5-1, as we know, Jamie Clark against Dwayne Jones.
$41.
One of these players who, okay, he's in the world rankings. He's number 73, so it doesn't sound that threatening, but they can all play. And they can all be dangerous, particularly when coming through qualifying.
48.
There'll be a lot of experience on show tomorrow when Graham Dott plays Joe Perry. Of course, Perry, the reigning Welsh Open champion. Graham, a former world champion. And I think we can hear from Graham now, because Rob Walker is standing by to speak to him.
Yes, thanks very much, Dave. We have got the former champion du monde here. Graham, that's going to be a great match, you and Joe, tomorrow.
Yeah, it should be. We've had lots of good battles before, and hopefully tomorrow will be another good game.
Now, speaking of battles, congratulations. You beat the man who's won the World Seniors title in the past, David Lilley. Went all the way to a decider. But when I was talking to you just before we went live, you said, well, it wasn't such a great match, but I got the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I won. That was about all you could take out of it. I think David will be kicking himself that he didn't win. It really wasn't a good game, and both of us struggled. So just happy to get through.
There's real quality on display here across Judgment Day Part 1 and Part 2, and it follows on nicely from what we started at the World Championship. Are you a fan of this new tweak to the UK Championship?
Yeah, I think it's good. I think I would rather play the qualifiers here than play a match backstage at York. It's different if you're in the main arena, but if you're backstage, I'd rather play my matches here. So, yeah, I'm a fan of it. I think it's good. It adds a bit of excitement for other players as well. I'm sure even the top 16 will be watching us.
And do you think, therefore, for those of you who come through this process, walking out for your last 32 match on either table 1 or table 2, front of centre at the Barbican, do you think that means it'll mean more than it would have done to have come through in the second room?
Yeah, probably. I would think so. It's just good to have the excitement here of qualifying. And when you get there, it's obviously a proper arena, proper venue, one of the best that we play in. So we're all kind of itching to qualify.
Now, we've seen some very, very close attempts at a max. Sting broke down on the final yellow. Judgment Day, in its naked context, whether it's here for the Barbican or whether it's down the road trying to get to the Crucible, tends to bring out the player's best. And you had one in the qualifiers not a few months ago against Pang Jung-Soo. What a great moment that was. Yeah,
it was good. I mean, I don't have that many, so it was really good. It was a good buzz to be on it and clearing up. There wasn't too much that I'd done wrong really throughout the break. It was actually quite a good 147 really. I was never out of position really.
But I guess you can argue there's never a bad 147. Yeah.
Well, to be fair, the other 147 that I got was probably the best 147 you've ever seen. I was never in position at any point when I done my last 147. So this one felt a lot easier. Yeah, I
can't remember the celebration at the end, so I'm watching closely actually.
Just a kind of small puncture there. Just making sure I didn't twitch the black. Just so happy to see it roll in.
Oh yeah, there was a little bit of a fist pump there.
There was one. It's hard not to do.
A little bit of a reaction. Yeah. And what about speaking about 147s? We've all come here hot off the back of being in Bolton for the Champ of Champs. Wonderful moment from Judd.
Yeah, I mean, 147s are great no matter when you do it, what you get paid for it or anything. It's just a great thing to be doing it. So, yeah, it's a good buzz. It's different from winning tournaments, the feeling you get on a 147. So, it's good.
A moment of perfection. What's the plan for the rest of the day? How many hours, just because there'll be lots of people watching here who practice in their own clubs and they'll be getting ready for for big matches on their respective levels. How much practice will you do this afternoon ahead of the match tomorrow?
I've just done half an hour there, and that'll do me. We'll wait and see how that does. I think your practice is done before you get here, really. So you're really just having a knock to keep your arm going. And I'll have another maybe 40 minutes before I play tomorrow, and hopefully that'll be enough.
Well, great to have your expertise and your reflections on your 147. Brilliant stuff. Thanks very much, Graham. The best of luck against Joe tomorrow. We will be seeing a Graham Dott in Judgment Day Part 2. Meanwhile, back on Judgment Day Part 1, Dave, I wonder how close we're getting to our first winning interview of the afternoon. Tom Ford is ever so close, so too Jamie Clark, although he's been pegged back. Looked like he was going to go 6-0 and it's 5-1. Where are we at the moment, big fella?
Well, it's getting very interesting, as you say, both Tom Ford and Jamie Clark a frame away, but I think table 1 is where the main interest is, because Jimmy White is 2 frames from the Barbican, and you can see he's already in here, 36-0 in front in frame 6. So
37.
This would be just a huge story, wouldn't it, if he qualified? And it has to be said, Dominic Dale has struggled. Jimmy White has taken his chances pretty well, and well, needs to get into the reds soon here, but at the moment things are looking good for his army of supporters, not so much for Dominic Dale there.
39.
Ken has rejoined us, and this is getting, well, very interesting to say the least.
Yeah, and what a huge frame that was before the interval. I mean, it's made a big difference to Jimmy White for sure. Playing a bit more freely now. Nice split on the reds here off the blue. Now, how's your look? I always trust a bit of luck, don't you? When it's not great, is it? That little kiss on the red. Okay, he's got this red
45.
down on the right hand side into this bottom right corner pocket, but he got so much action on the cue ball there. And that's exactly where it just hasn't come as nice as he would have liked. So he needs a good pot here. Yeah, it wasn't straightforward, that. So he'd be disappointed he couldn't finish the frame from that position. On another day, you know, you get 3 or 4 reds out in the open and the frame would be over, but went just a little bit awkward.
Well, Dominic Dale needs to find something soon. Just not really scored at all today. It is 4-2 Jus over Champagne Fay. He was on actually in the early throes of another maximum attempt, broke down an 81, it was 96 earlier, but 4-2, so looking to pull away now.
Yeah, loads of tweets coming in as well. Keep them coming in to at Dave Hendon or at Ken Doherty 1997. You can use the hashtag Judgment Day if you wish. Audrey is watching. Is there Chris's nan, I think? Yeah, Granny Audrey is watching in. Hope you're enjoying it, Audrey. Loads of people. Greetings from San Diego. I think we got that one earlier. Tennessee, Canada, South Africa, mainland Europe. Amazing the amount of people tuning in. We even got Ed Holgate, who's a pilot for EasyJet. He's been tuning in from the airport and the pilot's lounge. Oh, Jimmy would be disappointed. Want to avoid the green there with the cue ball. He's left this red now into the left centre pocket. It needs to do something very quickly. Oh, overcut it.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed, Dominic Dale, with his performance today. You know, he's had 2 solid wins. He beat Liang in the last round. That's a tough win, but just has struggled really. Not over yet, of course, but you're going to have to find improvement soon, because Jimmy White, not at his very best in this match, still in a very strong position, 4-1 up and 45-0 up in this frame.
Yeah, you'd have to say that, you know, Jimmy went 5-1 up. You couldn't really see Dominic coming back from 5-1. I mean, it's happened before. But Jimmy looks to be growing in confidence. Taking this red on. Oh, that's a great shot. That is just a wonderful shot. Dead weight. He's potted some great individual shots, hasn't he? You know, he just hasn't strung a lot of breaks together, which is unusual, but there's certainly nothing wrong with his potting. Always been a wonderful potter.
No, I think that's right. I think he I mean, this has not come out of the blue. He's had some good results this season. He beat Yuan Sijun, didn't he, to qualify for Belfast, had 130 odd in the last frame. He seems to have confidence in his cueing at the moment. And you mentioned he's with his son and just seems to be got the right setup. And my word, he's getting closer to a place in the Barbican, Ken.
That would be something special, I'll tell you what a cheer he'd get as well. He's played for the loose red at the back of the pack that it's available. Didn't need to go into the pack there. He's 53 in front. So he's going to need red colour and another red. But yeah, this would be
10.
If he could manage to hold himself together and win this match, wow, what a cheer he'd get walking out into the middle of the Barbican for the UK Championship 30 years ago. He lifted that wonderful trophy. Still believes when you speak to him that he can win another one and even
60.
the World Championship. I'll tell you what, this will give him great confidence.
70.
He's going to be one frame away from a place in York.
Unbelievable, isn't it? What an absolute trooper he is. All the knocks he's taken, keeps coming back, and he's put himself in that position. One more frame to go. There'll be a lot of nerves, a lot of excitement amongst the army of Jimmy White supporters around the world watching this.
25.
You can see the confidence come into his stride. He's strutting around the table a bit quicker. And you'd like to get the match done, you know, very quickly. When you get to this position, you don't want to give 32. Your opponent any sort of glimpse of hope. Because when you start losing a frame or two, the pressure builds. So Jimmy will want to try and get this match over as quickly as possible. He'll be putting everything into the next frame. He has the opponent where he wants him. Okay, he's missed that back, but he's got the frame under his belt, and he's going to go into a 5-1 lead.
It's great ready gone with. I think we should get to table 3 because it's quite tight there. Tom Ford 5-2 up against Noppin Senkarm. They're on the last red, 10 points in it. Senkarm in the driving seat with that shot. Jamie Clark still 5-1 over Dwayne Jones as well, but Tom Ford at one stage was looking like being the first winner in this session.
Going to get enough right hand side spin on just to miss the yellow here. He can. You always need a bit of luck, and he's certainly got it. He'd be happy with that. Okay, it's not a snooker, but at least the red is safe. Yeah, I thought this match would be a lot closer actually. I mean, it could still go that way should Noppon win this frame, but I thought it was going to be tit for tat all the way to the at least 6-4, 6-5 either way. And this shot, full ball snooker on the green.
Stay with this for the moment just to see if Ford can get a chance to wrap this up.
Got a little tweet in from snooker legends Jason Francis. Can you arrange to get all this done by 10 p.m. so everybody can watch the 900? The tornado is in town. Tony Drago. We wish Tony well tonight. Best of luck, Tony. I'm sure Tony is watching as well this, and is watching his good pal Jimmy White and see if he can get through to York.
Yeah, what an amazing character Tony Drago is, and of course when he was on the tour he was the fastest Cuban in the West.
Yeah, he made a century in just over 3 minutes, didn't he? He played in a Pro-Am back in Dublin in the 80s. I think it might have been 1980. He beat Steve Newbury in the final 6-0 in the final of the Pro-Am in 45 minutes. 45 minutes. 6-0. It's not a bad shot from Tom Ford. Brought the pink into play. It's not a full ball snooker, but bridging over the black. He won't trying to hit the red direct, so he'll be coming off this right hand side cushion. Lots of top spin, try and keep the cue ball near the ball cushion. Hasn't got the full contact on the red, now he's left it. Or has he? Has it come out far enough? Wow, this it's in one.
Just to say, Dwayne Jones has pulled another one back, so it was 5-0. Jamie Clark did have some chances to complete the whitewash. It's now 5-2. Can Tom Ford become the first winner in this session? In goes the red.
Oh, this would be some shot. Take the brown, knock the yellow. Maybe could even play for the double on the yellow. The yellow's not in a bad spot for a double into the right centre pocket. So he's got an angle on the brown. So let's see what he'll try here. Will he try and dislodge the yellow, or will he try and play for the double? Looks like he's going to play for the double. He's digging down the cue ball. Now he's tried to dislodge it, and he's played a wonderful shot. That's a great shot. Well played, Tom Ford.
Five. Seven.
Needs to run a little bit. Still a chance here to get this wrapped up and become the first qualifier into the hat for tomorrow's draw. But he's missed that. Well, it's such a great shot to bring the yellow out. He'd be disappointed he couldn't press on there, win the frame of match. Just to say on table one, not a lot happening there. It's a 5-1 to Dale in the frame. Of course, it's 5-1 more important in frame scores to Jimmy White. My word, that was thin.
3.
So, every chance to extend this match into frame 9. And then you never know. Ford will look back at a chance missed to win the match, and you can see things getting pretty sticky potentially there.
Yeah, good pot for not on, but the green was exceptional. Didn't think it was potable from our position here, but he managed to cut it in. 10 points ahead, just needs the blue. No heroics here. So it's looking like 5-3. Yeah, match still very much alive for Nopon.
Yeah, and Ford's had a couple of centuries, you know, he's played well, but he's got to get it won. In goes the pink, so 5-3, Tom Ford not there yet. I think table 2 will just drop in on, just to show you the all-Chinese affair before we go back to table 1. So this is Champagne Fei and Zhu Ze. 4-2 to Zhu, and he's 40 points in front here in frame 7. So just seems to be sort of making his move. Still 5-2 to Jamie Clark, and against Dwayne Jones, nothing potted yet in frame 8 there. Had more tweets from North America, British Columbia, Canada. Russ Mooney enjoying the action, and a lot of comments about Jimmy and hoping he gets over the line. We'll be back there shortly. Not a lot happening in the next frame.
Good pot, very good. Wasn't easy, that.
21.
Judged it nicely. 41 points in the lead. Do you have loose reds available? You could take the blue here. The red just to the right of the pink. He could play on a couple of reds here, but I think that might be his choice if this blue goes in. Lovely shot. Really, just like a lot of the Chinese players, really diligent and avid practicer. Plays for hours on end.
26.
Bunting's Academy, as indeed does his opponent, Tian Peng Fei.
27.
Yeah, they can kind of walk from home, can't they? The Chinese players, I mean, obviously they've had to settle in another culture, but they're nicely based here in Sheffield, aren't they?
Yeah, and they've got great facilities up there as well, as indeed up in Victoria's Academy, also in Sheffield, up the road where Sing Tong and Bing Tao both play. Nice young man. Jusa.
33.
It's nice to see him get a few results as well. He's struggled, hasn't he, since he came on the tour. He's had a few results here and there, but generally hasn't really had a very deep run in any of the big events.
34.
And this will be a big feather in his cap to get to the last 32, the UK Championship for sure.
Yeah, and of course we saw Fang Zhengyi last season just break out. Another young Chinese player, won the European Masters, and just at the weekend he got to the semis of the Champion of Champions. He beat Neil Robertson, he beat Ryan Day before losing to Ronnie O'Sullivan. So that black goes in and he leads by 61. So this red for a 5-2 lead.
41.
Yeah, he wasn't quite
42.
sure about that, but it dropped and the red goes in and the pink to follow. It's going to be 5-2. This frame is over. I think maybe we should get back to table 1 because I know a lot of people are
48.
interested in the Jimmy White match. So let's go back. Richard Osman, who a lot of people will know in the UK as a TV presenter and indeed now best-selling author, he's watching. Says Jimmy White absolutely rolling back the years. Phenomenal stuff. It certainly is, and he's in here as you see with this red, with a chance, Ken, potentially to get it won.
Yeah. Now, it wouldn't surprise me if he did win it from this position. Lovely pot on the red. As I said, he's potted some really good balls in this match. Individual pots. Just hasn't strung a lot of breaks together, but he's just down enough, Jimmy. A little shake of the head there. Wanted to be probably a bit straighter on, but I think he can drop on the yellow or black here, can he? Oh, Jimmy.
9.
Yeah, that's it. This has been sort of the story of the match, you know. You're getting chances, but just playing one or two little casual sort of positional shots. It's just not coming off for him. He's going to take this black on with the rest. Probably play it in such a way that if he misses it, he might cover the pocket. Lovely shot. As I said, he's one of the best players I've ever seen with the rest. Got some good players on the tour with the rest now. Hawkins, Karen Wilson, Sean Murphy. But Jimmy White is, without doubt, up there as one of the best ever.
I've got to say, this is very special what we're watching here. You know, he had to win 4 matches. He's not won this one yet, but he has a chance to potentially get over the line. And so all of us in snooker got so many memories of Jimmy. He's such an extraordinary character.
And this will,
24.
you know, without doubt, should he get over the line now, It'd be such a boost for him, you know.
25.
Very emotional, I'm sure, for Jimmy White. I mean, he's not a very emotional character, but I'm sure there will be all sorts of emotions when he walks out, if he gets through this frame here, when he walks out to that crowd at the Barbican next week.
32.
Very, very special for him indeed. This is amazing performance this week. Great wins already, you know. As you mentioned that Mitchell Mann 6-0. Of course, the match against the former champion Stephen Maguire 6-4.
I think that's the key to it, Ken. He would have earned it.
Yeah.
He hasn't been put there. He's had to earn it by winning the matches, and that's what he seemed increasingly likely he'll have done.
Yeah. And it also, you know, warrants, I suppose, the wild card that he's been given. You know, he puts effort into it, and that
41.
effort and the hard work is certainly paying off this week. Good luck to him. Delighted for him if he does. I mean, Dominic could be the first one to congratulate him. There's no doubt about that. You know, that's the class of person that Dominic is. Well, I think
48.
there's so many people in the game and around the world as fans, and people just fans of snooker will be delighted that he's played so well this week and on the precipice of history.
Yeah, he's worked so hard. That's the thing. He hasn't just sort of been turning up. He's been putting the work in, as Ken was saying earlier. The early practice sessions, all the effort has been put in. Can he close this out?
$49.
See him living every moment of every shot here. 40 in front.
Yeah, there was a big puff of the cheeks, wasn't there, in the previous shot? He's so close. It meant so much to him. But he's not there yet. There's a bit to do. We won't write Dominic Dale just off just yet, because we've seen it happen so many times in snooker, and he's 40 points in the lead. He's contemplating, do I pot the brown and play safe on the 4 reds, or do I try and put a colour safe? He might try and put the brown on the side cushion and get a snooker on the green. He has a bit more insurance then.
Jimmy White 49.
He hasn't got the snooker, but he's got a bit of insurance with the brown on the cushion.
Yeah, 40 in front, 59 on the brown safe. Yeah, he's got the reds into play, which he needed to do, and he looks like he's got the cover. Both Tom Ford and Jamie Clark are also in the balls, looking to win the clinching frames. I think we have to stay with this one, though, right now.
Foul and a miss.
Oh dear.
Dominic Dale 5.
Not an easy shot this. He's got a bend around the green, and he's almost got to play like a double swerve here. So he's swerving around the green, and then he's got to, the swerve has got to kick in before it reaches the blue. Well, it's very hard to do that. You've got to play that so softly. I don't think even this shot is on.
Can we check Leo, please?
To get enough swerve on the cue ball, you can't hit it too hard, because you have to push it out past the green, and by the time the swerve takes, it's almost at the blue. So the softer you play this, you can hit the reds, but of course you can't get the distance on the cue ball then. So I don't think this one will be no back. I think one of these reds is potable. The red is on the pink spot. So this is a chance for Dominic Dale. He's had a look at the scoreboard. It's only 31 behind now.
Well, if something's going to happen for Dominic Dale, it's really got to start here. He hasn't really got into any sort of flow today. Be disappointed overall, but let's see if he can summon up an effort here.
One.
Jamie Clark's broken down, 56-0 up, 5-2 over Twain Jones. Tom Ford's 40-0 up, 5-3 over Noppen Senkarm. And it's early stages, shows 5-2 upon Tianpeng Fei. but we're staying here on table 1 for now. That kind of sums up the day for Dominic, I'm afraid.
Dominic Dale 1.
That could be his last shot. Red potable into the left centre, yellow to follow.
Yeah, it's been, as I say, how it's gone for him today. Will he get another chance? Jimmy White steps in. Can he do it here? 30 to the good already. You can almost sense the fingernails being bitten around the world here.
Yeah, so many people screaming at their TVs or laptops or phones saying, "Come on, Jimmy." Oh, what a chance. If he just misses the reds, he's beyond this into the corner pocket and he's on the perfect. He can just pot this red and the pink to follow.
3.
And he should be home and host. What a performance from Jimmy White.
One more ball to get to snooker's required. I'll repeat what I said at the start. The last 60-something to reach the last 32 of a ranking event, which is the stage Jimmy White's trying to get to, was Eddie Charlton back in 1993. It's been nearly 3 decades. At that time, of course, Jimmy was very much one of the world's best. He's had a lot of knocks over the years, but can he knock this blue in to effectively clinch qualification for the UK Championship? Yes, he can.
Well played, Jimmy White. What a legend.
9.
Fantastic stuff, this. And what a week he's had.
This is a lesson in perseverance. Jimmy White has never turned his back on snooker, despite all the knocks he's had, all the disappointments. He's always retained that positivity, that love for the game. Dominic Dale didn't play well today, but he will be, I'm sure, admiring just the way Jimmy White has come through. 4 matches he's won, Ken, to qualify.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Well, it's just his enthusiasm,
17.
as you said, his love for the game. It's never waned. And his belief as well, which is
19.
a big thing, you know, and he talks about how much belief he has this year, and it's great to see him get these results. It really is fantastic. Very
22.
heart-warming for Jimmy White and all his fans, for sure.
First played in this UK Championship in 1981. He won it 30 years ago.
26.
He had to enter the very first qualifying round this year. He beat Steve Maguire, of course, in the last round. This one, though, always the nervy one to qualify. He's going to play one of the top 16
31.
at the Barbican in York next week. The atmosphere there is guaranteed to be wonderful. Who in this sport does not love this man?
Yeah.
I tell you what, stand up and salute the man, the legend, Jimmy White. At the age of 60, he's qualified for the final stages of the UK Championship. He will be at the Barbican Centre in York next week. That will mean the absolute world to him and his many, many fans around the globe. Jimmy White beats Dominic Dale 6-1, and he is the first man to qualify for the final stages. We'll hear from Jimmy in due course. We're going to go to table 3, though, because Tom Ford not far behind him, as you see, about to wrap it up against Noppen Senkarm. He's had a couple of centuries, and he's going out in style here.
75. 76.
This was always a tough one to call. In the end, Tom Ford will be relieved because he did have a chance to win 6-2, but he's got the job done, and he's also in the hat for York.
Yeah, good result, isn't it, for Tom Ford, and how well he played as well. I always thought this was going to be a bit closer. Noppen has been having a good season so far, semi-final of British Open, but on this occasion, Tom Ford gets the better of him and played very, very well, scored very heavily.
Now we table 2, where Chus leads Champang Fei 5-2. These matches all kind of
Please
coming
leave
to
as
the boil.
quietly as possible, please.
Jimmy White
Thank
through,
you.
Tom Ford through, Jeremy Clark. He's 31 in front on table 4. 5-2 up in the early stages still. Maybe we'll go to table 4 actually, because that's a little closer to the conclusion. Here we go, the All Welsh affair. 31 to the good Jamie Clark. He's snookered here. He's just had an attempt at an escape. The cue ball seemed to go everywhere, but hit a red. He's played the old hit and hope. What a silly game.
Well, that's incredible, isn't it?
Don't go anywhere, obviously, because Jimmy's going to speak to Rob shortly, and we send our congratulations, don't we? What an extraordinary achievement that is. And indeed, we can go now to Rob Walker with the man of the moment, Jimmy White.
What an unbelievable story. What an unbelievable story. At the age of 60 years young, James Warren White is back in the last 32 at the Barbican for the first time in more than a decade.
Thank you.
Jimmy, what a way to do it. And what a week. This has been incredible.
Yeah, I've been hitting the ball well for quite some time, but I'm not having any results at all. I won my first match 6-0, played okay. And my next match against Mitchell Mann, something really clicked. And I fancied the match with Stephen Maguire, but Stephen Maguire's such a confident player. He's 3-1 up. I should have been 2-0 up. And then after the interval, I stole a couple of frames and I hit good form. But for today's match with Dominic, the first session, it was so scrappy. I was so lucky to get out 3-1 up. And in the interval, you know, I just said to myself, like, come on, man, all this work you've done and you're 3-1 up. And because sometimes when you play bad, players will tell you, sometimes at my age, when you play bad, it gets a bit embarrassing. And that game with Dominic, the first 4 frames, you know, we was both missing balls and frustrating. But then I thought, like, in the interval as well, I thought like the likes of John Higgins, who's sometimes he struggles, but he still plays match play snooker. He still treats it like a job. So that's how I went out there the second half, and I played a little bit better. So I now played Jack Lisowski on Sunday, and I'm buzzing.
Well, you're going to have to watch the draw tomorrow to see who you get in the last 32. So we're really looking forward.
I thought I played Jack Lisowski, but a draw, no?
No, it's a flat draw tomorrow. We don't know who you're going to get. The draw's going to be at the end of tomorrow afternoon.
I've read that wrong. So
the whirlwind's gone early on how the draw's going to pan out. Jimmy, it doesn't matter who comes out of that bag of balls for the top 16. You are in it, and I hope you realise how many people you've inspired by still having this much talent for snooker and by still having this much passion for the sport that you have ignited now for more than 4 decades.
Thanks very much. You know, but you know, if I didn't think I couldn't win, I wouldn't play. So, you know, and we just want to say to Nana, we all love you, darling. Our Nana's not doing great at the moment, but we all love her very much.
Well, I'm sure your whole family are immensely proud of what you're continuing to do here. When you won the UK with arguably one of the finest moments of your glittering career with 10 major titles and the Masters, but winning the UK in '92, you know, righting the wrong of the previous year against John Parrott, if someone had said to you then, you would still be making appearances in the last 32 of the same event 3 decades later, would you have believed them?
Not at all. You know, we're very lucky, us snooker players, because it's not like football or boxing. If you've got, you know, the passion to practice and, you know, you can still, you know, keep your game in fairly good shape, you can go on, look at me, I'm nearly 50 and I'm still playing.
Well, almost, maybe add on a decade. I remember how good that birthday cake was that the Eurosport colleagues sorted you out with at the Worlds back in May. And Jimmy, where does this stand in terms of your recent achievements in say the last 2 decades? I know you've gone on and become a multiple world seniors champion, and I know we're only talking about a last 32, and you've won so many great big events. But in the last 20 years, bearing in mind who you've beaten and how you've beaten them, where does this run to make it to the Barbican sit?
Well, you'll have to ask me after I win it, because I'm not here to just make the numbers up. You know, if I bring my A game, I can win the competition.
Okay, on that, I know you said you thought you were playing Jack Lisowski. Any preferences at all? I mean, there'll be loads of people out there who inevitably would love to see you play Ronnie. Do you care?
Not at all, but, you know, are you sure I don't play Jack Lasowski?
I'm 99.9% sure there is a flat draw. Ivan, just double confirm. Ivan Hershevitz. It is a random draw, Jimmy. It's not Jack Lasowski. Well, it might be Jack Lasowski.
It could be Jack.
It could be Jack.
I thought it was Jack.
But that would be a coincidence.
Listen, they're just... Every one of these guys, they're in the top 16 for a reason, because they're consistent and they're all top players, you know. I'm down in the rankings because I'm not consistent, but my A game can compete with any of them.
So you don't care who comes out the draw. And Jimmy, I genuinely mean it will be an utter privilege to introduce you to the crowd. You do realise, whoever it is and whichever afternoon or evening you happen to play on for that last 32 encounter, people are going to go wild. What you've done today, and in beating Stephen Maguire, has sent ripples out with the confines of snooker. People are saying, Jimmy White's back in the big time. The ovation you're going to receive at the Barbican will be immense.
Yeah, you know, listen, I've always had great support, and you know, as we've gone on in the decades, you know, you've got Ronnie O'Sullivan who plays the game so exciting. You've got Trump, you know, who's back in form. You know, so you know, it's a pleasure to be amongst these guys, and you know. As I said, I'm going to go home now and rest and go to York on Friday. What day is it? It's Wednesday, isn't it? We haven't got a lot of time off, have we? I'm going on Friday. Listen, I'm just so pleased that there's nothing wrong with my game. It's just mental with me, you know, and that's what I'm focusing on.
Jimmy, you are revered for a reason. What an absolute privilege for all of us to be here in this room, to hear your thoughts, and for everybody who happened to tune in on the TV, to see you make it through again for the first time in 12 years to the last 32.
Thanks, Rob.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
See you at the Barbican on the big stage. Dave, back to you, because we've got other matches finishing, but what a headline act. The Whirlwind is going to storm his way into the Barbican. Yeah. He's on fire. The Whirlwind's all over it, and he will be. It might be Jack Lasowski, but it might not. Jimmy White will be there on Saturday.
Fantastic, Rob. Fantastic work. Ken's gone round actually to congratulate his great pal, Jimmy White, on that terrific success. But it's a serious business, of course, in the arena. Champagne Fay here looking to pull one back. Dwayne Jones has done that. It's 5-3 to Jamie Clark over Dwayne Jones. But here on table 2, Champagne Fay hoping to peg his compatriot back, and maybe we'll get a couple of close finishes. Tom Ford, I'm sure, is on his way. We'll hear from him in due course, because he's also qualified. Yeah, there is, just to clarify, there will be a draw. There'll be the top 16 in one hat, the 16 qualifiers in another. So we'll find out who Jimmy plays tomorrow.
58.
And there'll be a lot of anticipation, of course, ahead of that one.
59.
So 48 in front. Just checking the scores. The pink means it's one snooker needed, and it should be 5-3. Both of these two have reached the last 32 before. Champagne Fay 2018 and Schuster 2020. Never been further than that.
65.
One snooker needed, so not quite done yet this frame. Would like the red in, I guess, here, just to try and stop any playing on. But it's not. So 1 snooker required, otherwise it's 5-3. This sport just throws up so many stories, doesn't it? And there's another one we've just seen with Jimmy qualifying, and it was a great interview, wasn't it?
Tremendous, wasn't it?
One.
He's convinced he was playing Jack Lasowski. I mean, it might turn out that way. I think when he was looking at the draw all the way through the top 16, it might have been Jack Lasowski position for the next round, but obviously it's a redraw.
Seven.
47 behind, 43 remaining, so 1 4-point snooker for Zhu.
Juicy 7.
see this situation so often. The frame should be over, but it might not be. That's the worry for Tian. Of course, as he's trying to extend the match, put pressure on. Can't wait for Rob's intro, actually, when Jimmy walks out. I mean, because the crowd's going to be good there. The ticket sales have been really good. And whoever he plays, whatever session, it's going to be special.
Yeah, without doubt. They'll give him a rapturous reception, without a shadow of a doubt, and he deserves it.
Going to hear shortly from Tom Ford, and we've got 2 matches still going, of course, this one and Jamie Clark against Dwayne Jones. So Tian is in a snooker, of course. Schuster does need one 4-point snooker, going to be able to tie.
He's got to be careful here. Got to avoid the black. Oh, well played. Oh, no, I'll have a look at this for a shot.
Well, we've heard from Jimmy White. We're going to hear now from Tom Ford. He's also through to the final stages, and he's talking to Rob.
Well, you're not seeing double, but we are in the presence of snooker greatness. Tom Ford, fantastic victory. On paper, that was a very, very tough encounter against Noppon, and you blew him apart with some great break building. Couple of centuries, couple of 50s and an 82. Great stuff.
Yeah, I played well in some parts of the match. I mean, them breaks that I made, I was fortunate that Noppon actually got in and missed and left me in. So he sort of opened the balls up, left me in, and it could have easily been the other way around. He could have made a couple of centuries. But Noppon's a class player. It's the first time I've ever beat him, and I think we've played each other about 4 or 5 times. But his game wasn't there today, so I was just looking to pick up the pieces.
And it's your first appearance. I was quite surprised by this when I went over the stats. It's your first appearance in the last 32 of the UK since you had that marvellous run to the semis back in 18.
Yeah, I've not been able to win a game for a few years, but that's been me this season. To be honest, I've not been able to win a game this season. This is I did well in Ireland. I think it was last 16, and then obviously got to this one. But my game's just picking up a little bit now this season. I started off to a terrible start, but hopefully I can pick my game up and go a bit further.
Well, and you say you've picked up form, and you've done so at exactly the right time, because you're guaranteed a decent prize money and decent ranking points now, which also puts you in the shake-up for the World Grand Prix, which starts on January the 16th on ITV4. This is a really important stage of the season in which to find some form, and you've done so.
Yeah, the prize money will help. It'll take me out my overdraft. You're laughing, it will. It'll take me straight out my overdraft. Because this game, if you don't win matches, you don't get paid. So the last payday I had really was sort of April time, which was the World Championships. So I've not really been paid properly since then. So it's nice just to get a bit of money in the account, and now I can actually just play and enjoy it instead of trying to play for the money.
So how were you able to put those concerns to one side and play as well as you did in patches, as you've said?
It's hard. I mean, luckily enough, my wife's got a bit of savings that I keep dipping into. No doubt I'll have to give that back soon. But it's just difficult when, I mean, for the lower players, I know this sort of £20,000 come in. It's only a loan. It's not like they're giving it us. But it's still nice that you know you've got some backup coming. So even for myself, I mean, well, I've been in the top 32 for a few years now, and even I'm struggling. So could you imagine the kids that are getting on the tour now? It's hard for them, but with that loan of the £20,000, at least they can go out and just try and play. And that's took a little bit of the pressure off. So when I've come here, I know that worst comes to the worst, I'm going to get a little bit more money in January. But it's nice just to win a few matches so I don't have to ask them for that money anymore. And like I said, I know I've got the money in the account now, so I can just go and enjoy it and hopefully play a little bit better and see how far I can get.
And do you think you will enjoy the occasion? I mean, we've spoken to a few people today about this, the revamped build-up to the UK champs. You go there now knowing you're straight into the 2-table setup in the front room.
Yeah, that's brilliant. I mean, I said years ago that I reckon the UK was most likely one of the best venues I played at. I used to really like it at the UK. I never used to win a game when it was two tables set up, but I used to enjoy it. And because I've been there the last few years, I've played in the front room, there's 4 tables set up, and then my next game I'm in the back of a shed. That's what it felt like. It's like a sports hall, but there's no atmosphere in there. So at least going to York this year, I know it's a 2 table set up. The atmosphere is going to be great, and the crowd's going to be good as well.
And you will have ridden the crest of a wave to get there. Speaking of riding the crest of a wave, Jimmy White's been doing that for 42 years. What an inspirational figure he is for all of us connected to the sport, and I'm sure from a player's perspective as well. He thoroughly deserves to be in the draw alongside you tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, and I don't think people see the hard work that goes up behind the scenes. I mean, Jimmy's one of them that he'll be down the club 7-8 hours a day. He still enjoys it. He still loves competing. So people don't see most likely the amount of hard work he puts in to get there. So all credit to him, and I hope he does well.
Back onto you. Do you even care? Will you be watching the draw tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that a few people said, that they wouldn't mind playing Ronnie. I think these people are absolutely deluded. I mean, you're playing for your living. Do you want to have a chance of playing somebody else and having a chance of sort of going through and getting a few more quid in your pocket, or do you want to play Ronnie first match, where he's playing well and chances are not good? So I prefer to avoid Ronnie, to be honest.
OK, well, let's see who you get. The draw will be after the last of our afternoon matches finishes tomorrow. And presumably now you're gonna go straight home, a couple of days practice, spend a bit of time with the family, and then come back up as and when the day before you're due.
Yeah, just go home, have a practice. I might nip to the pub later. But just see what happens. I'll see when the draw is and see when I've got to come back up the road.
Not too many tonight, just 1 or 2 pints of full-fat milk, then you're back onto the skim stuff. Tom, many congratulations. Be great to see you in the 2 tables set up at the Barbican. Tom Ford will be in the draw tomorrow afternoon alongside Jimmy White. Dave, who's next?
Well, it could well be, Rob, Jamie Clark, because he's very close here to getting this wrapped up as we go live to table 4. As you can see, 60 points to the good. So he's going to need effectively another red here. Just preparing himself here, just wiping his cue down, because he was 5-0 up, remember. That's the thing here. He didn't want 5-4, did he?
No, he's actually done really well here to cope with the pressure. Same as guys, it's the worst position to be, when you got a guy chasing you. It has a terrible snowball effect. We've all been there. And he's having a good look around now.
56.
Needs red colour, red. Well, it should be okay. But this is a good performance from Jamie Clark. And I must say, well played to Dwayne Jones as well. He didn't just throw in the towel. He put up a brave fight. Got off to that bad start, and he should have won the first frame. This match could have been closer. And lost that first frame on the black. Oh, buddy. Maybe disappointed with that, but he came back really well. I liked the way he came back and showed a lot of character, Dwayne Jones, and this will, these few matches this week will be good for him, won't they, going forward for the rest of the season as well.
Well, yeah, he hadn't won a match all season coming in, so, it's been a good week, but Jamie Clark, he's over the line now, and he will be absolutely buzzing. Jamie just loves the snooker. He's from Llanelli, where 40 years ago, another Llanelli man, Terry Griffiths, won this UK Championship title. These are such enjoyable moments, aren't they? All the pressure off now, and he can start to, looking up hotels in York, I guess, because he's going to be there at some point in the next few days.
Yeah, nice lad as well, Jamie Clark. Bubbly personality.
74. 75.
Well, yeah, it is a wonderful feeling, isn't it? You're through. You're just potting a few balls. Everything is nice and easy.
80.
Feel on top of absolutely buzzing inside. Jamie Clark will be.
81. 87.
Well, why not change hands at this stage? No, it's a great finish, that is. An 87 break from Jamie Clark. He won the first run on the black. He made a series of breaks to lead 5-0. Dwayne Jones pegged him back to 5-3, but Jamie Clark ends in style. We're going to hear from him shortly. He's in the hat for the draw tomorrow. So that means we've got one match left on, and this is it. Table 2, Tian Pengfei on the comeback trail. He was 5-2 down to Zhu Se. He's now 5-3, and as you see, he's
61.
already on a break of 61 here, trying to turn the screw and make it 5-4.
Yeah, he's going to need one of those reds that are in that pack beneath the pink. So this red and black or pink could put him 68 or 69 in the lead, but yeah, one more red required. There'll still be 75 left. So he's just working out exactly where he's going to attack these reds after this loose red. He could play for the black here. I think that would be the best choice. Play for the black, get low on the black, and you only need one of those reds to pop out. Shouldn't be a problem. He's gone high on the black. A bit more of a difficult shot. This got to play with a lot of topspin. First priority, don't miss the black here. It's okay. That red is potable. The one just to the right of the pink into this bottom left corner pocket.
69.
Going back up into the bulk area, or just before the bulk line, you would feel. Yeah, good shot and good
70.
break, and we're going to be. Yeah, still a possibility of a couple more frames to play, but this is a good response here from Tian Pengfei. Big target, these 5 reds now, to try and split up off the screen. No, he won't be bothered. He's missed them. Chance of the century gone, but
73.
Would have liked one more red just to stop his opponent coming back to the table here.
Yeah, 2 snookers required, otherwise it's 5-4 with a possible 2 frames to play.
Tian Pengfei. 73.
Well, Zhu Se has to give it a go, of course, but it looks like we're heading into another frame. And we'll have plenty of time to enjoy it.
Seeded frame.
As this is the only match
Tian
left on.
Pengfei.
So, as this frame comes to conclusion, as you can see, there's been a concession, so 5-4. It's perfect timing to join Rob Walker again, and he's going to be speaking to Jamie Clark.
Oh, they're with us now. Great. Okay. And Jamie Clark is with us in the draw tomorrow for the last 32. Jamie, congratulations. It looked at one stage as though you were going to go over the line 6-0, and then all of a sudden he's clawing his way back in, and you're getting dragged into a quite a tense situation.
Yeah, it was a bit flaky at the end because, you know, you've never won until you've won. You know, it doesn't matter how much you are up. And you know, I was 5-0 up, and I remember missing a blue over the pocket to get on the pink, and you know, you want to kill it off as soon as possible. Then I was 50 odd up, and then he's dished, and I'm thinking, oh, okay, here we go, and just try and hopefully get one chance in the next 3 frames, and luckily I did, and I took it really well at the end.
Was it a difficult match to play, bearing in mind how well you know Dwayne off the table?
Yeah, well, you know, say we grew up together, we've gone through the amateur ranks together, we were playing in the Welsh under-14s. When we were both 9 and 10 years old, you know, so we know each other's game well. We've both come a long way since then, and you know, it wasn't a comfortable match, but you know, it is what it is. Somebody had to win, somebody had to lose.
Dave and I were talking in commentary about how you tend to have this kind of very confident nature, which, as it turns out, is well suited for a Judgment Day scenario. I'll never forget you almost being reduced to tears at the English Institute of Sport when you had to qualify for the Crucible to keep your place on tour, which you did, and then you ended up making it through to the last 16, and you were at the Crucible again this spring as well. So you seem to be well adjusted to cope with the pressure of Judgment Day.
I think that's on nail on the head. Yeah, I think I just handled it really well. It's not as bad as the World Championship with this one, but it's still really nerve-wracking. Any match you play, you want to win, and sometimes you can go out there and feel great, and sometimes you can feel terrible. But I think this format suits me. I think because once you've won your first game, you can relax a little bit, not much because you're always under it. But I think this sort of format with the tiered system, it sort of suits me. Look, every time I play in a tiered system, I do okay. So maybe that's where I'm going wrong. I think.
and you're through to the last 32 at the Barbican for the first time in your career. And as we've said a couple of times today, you know, it's revamped. You go there having earned the right and the luxury of knowing you walk out front of centre, either on table 1 or table 2. This is proper gravy.
Yeah, I think I'll enjoy it. Like, you know, I'm probably, like, whoever I play is obviously a top 16 player. They're coming in a bit cold. The top 16 are the best for a reason, but they'll be feeling it, whoever I play, because they need to win their first game for points. So, you know, I'm on a bit of a free roll, really. I'm not that tired like I am sometimes with the World Championship. I feel quite fresh, and yeah, I feel all right. You know, see what happens next week.
Any preferences? Who comes out the top seeds bag tomorrow in the draw?
Is it a random draw, is it? Or?
It is, yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I don't mind, really. You know, it's going to be, none of them are going to be easy. They're top 16, so I'll just go out and enjoy it, and hopefully get some of my family or friends up here and try and make a bit of an occasion of it and do some Christmas shopping.
Well, you certainly got some prize money with which to do that, and maybe this can be the kickstart for a brilliant second half of the season. Jamie, enjoy it when you're introduced. I know the crowd will go large for you. Many congratulations. Jamie Clark is in the draw tomorrow afternoon. Great victory in that all-Welsh encounter, which just leaves us one left to conclude, the all-Chinese clash. Which way is this going to go, Dave?
Well, we will see, won't we? At the moment, Zhus is 5-4 up. Tianpeng Fei, though, has won the last 2. So, you know, we kind of expect deciders. Maybe this will be our first one coming up. Zhus, though, in early on here, and he's played nicely. He's had a couple of maximum attempts, actually. He broke down on 96 and 81, so he scored well in this match. It's just being able to do that when, obviously, it's all on the line and you're trying to get across the line. That's always the great conundrum in snooker.
He played a nice little shot there, didn't he, on the pink, and he's perfect on this red. This will open the black up into both pockets now. Could do with playing a little cannon on the red, just to the right of the... No, didn't bother. But if he had played a little cannon on that red, just to the right of the cue ball there now, then he would have opened that pocket up in for the red into the right corner. So, slight little error there, I would say. He's left himself hampered. Just made it. These two reds maybe are planted anyway, but
15.
I think he had made that little cannon, it would have been so much easier. He would have opened the 2 reds into that pocket. But he's okay. He's back in good position. Always knew this match was going to go close between these two. Tianpeng Fei has done really well to get himself within striking distance. Will he get another chance? He's left the plant. Now there's a bit of a gap between these two reds.
23.
It's not a dead cert, particularly under this pressure. You wouldn't expect him to miss it, but you know, when there's a bit of gap, and there certainly is between the two reds, anything could go wrong here. Yeah, well played. Nicely
24.
played. He's played very tidily, hasn't he, when he's got in around the pink and black spot today?
Yeah, it's been quite an open game, this. We've seen, you know, inevitably some scrappy snooker elsewhere, but this has been quite flowing. And having played so well, obviously he wants to get the job done now.
Yeah, sometimes. Okay, he's taking a bit of time over this, but there's no need. It's pretty straightforward what he wants to do here. Just trying to compose himself. Sometimes, you know, they look at too many shots, too many options.
31.
Most of the time, the first shot that you look at, which was that red just above the black, that was the one he should have played. Instead, he walked around, looked at different options, and now he's run out of position. So this is missable. He missed it. And he's caused problems there for himself. Juicer, he had a nice chance there to get a nice few points now. Good chance here for Tian Pengfei.
Yeah, and he scored heavily last couple of frames. 65, 73 last couple of breaks. Earlier on, she's breaks of 96, 99, 81, 91. It's been a good match, this. As I say, high scoring.
Eight.
I don't think you'll see too much hesitancy from Tian Pengfei here. I'll try and get low on the black. And then into that bunch of reds, the 6 reds that are tight together. That's where you want to be going into.
9.
Well, this is going to play on the loose one. This is what Juicy was looking at. Maybe the angle is not as good as he would have hoped for on the black to go into the 6 tight reds. He may play on the loose red. But once again, you've got to be very precise with the cue ball here. I might take a chance to go into them. Let's see what he's going to do. Well, he's played for the loose one, and he's played it nicely. And when he pots this, he'll be going into the 6 reds. But he's got to get out through the gap between the 2 reds on the right. And try and get out through the gap, or maybe, well, he might try and stay in the black here, but this is a good shot if it comes off. Oh, needed a more top spin. He's
17.
okay, but needed a bit more top spin.
Yeah, and of course now brought reds into play, so if he falters, then they're kind of all there for potentially for the match-winning break.
He's such a laid-back character, Tian Pengfei. He sort of saunters around the table. Have a look. Even when you speak to him, you know, he's just very chilled out every time you talk to him. It's just that type of character. Nice guy though, one of the good guys. That's good. And he's on the red. So real good chance here to square things up.
24.
Yeah, looking to force our first decider of the final qualifying round. Where's the whites?
Foul.
Oh no!
Tian Pengfei 24.
Wow.
Juicy. 4.
What a sickener this is.
Well, some might say that's unlucky, but not really. There's always a possibility of going in off there. Probably should have played for the black into the left corner. Oh, that'd be disappointing for Tian. Chance for Juicy here. He could Put this red into the left corner. Just avoid the black. Back up for one of the ball colours.
Just little things like this can make a big difference. He held his hand up to acknowledge it, but just that little nice little nudge in behind the green.
If as you see, it was lovely for Tian, though it was horrible because he would have had a shot on that red had he got a full ball kiss on the green with the cue ball. So he's in big trouble here. Big trouble. It's not that difficult to hit a red, of course, but how is he going to hit one and keep it safe? He's got to go off 1, 2, possibly 3 cushions. He wants to try and nestle on this red on the top cushion, but he's got to go through the gap of the 2 on the left-hand side. This is not easy. Yeah, through the gap and try and nestle on that red on the top cushion was not enough
Foul
pace.
minutes. 2c4. I completely forgot. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Foul in the miss. 2c4.
Well, tense times here. Tian Pengfei at one point had a good chance early on to level up. Now he's in trouble.
Well, that's definitely not where the position of the cue ball anyway, that's for sure. It was a bit more to the right of the green because it just glanced off the right hand side of the green, but he's still going to play the same shot. This looks better, but good hit, and that could be the end of his chance of a place in York. He's been very unlucky here, Tian.
Yep.
As you see, got that nice little kiss on the green, covered the red, snooped him on all the balls. 19-point lead. An easy starter here. I'd be very surprised if he doesn't get over the line from this position. But you just never know, do you?
No, well, that's it. You don't. But as you say, it's a good chance. He has played well today. He looks a cool customer, actually. And he needs to just display that for about another 5 minutes, and he'll be in the hat for York.
Well, would you believe it? Have a look at where the cue ball's finished here. I don't know why he didn't just play it off the top cushion and avoid going even anywhere near that red. So he's got to be careful here, bridging over this red, queuing down on the cue ball. Doesn't have to do anything with it, just drop it in dead weight. Shot. Very good.
Yeah, if it was all straightforward, it wouldn't be fun, would it? He's gone over that little hurdle.
Nine.
Yeah, just a matter of holding yourself together. Anywhere on the right hand side, just right of those 4 reds would be perfect. He could play on the left hand side as well though. Yeah, he prefers to play for this red just below the pink spot. Either side was
16.
just as good, I suppose. 35 points in the lead. Red, black. Under the red, black. Maybe enough. Well, put him 51 with 51 still left on the table. So you'll need one more
17.
red. It's been a quality game this though, I must say. I really enjoyed watching it. Both players have scored pretty well. Big match this for Cazoo. As I said, he does practice in the same academy as Tian Pengfei. They know each other very well.
24.
Good friends. All the boys in Ding's academy will be watching this, I'm sure.
25.
Yeah, and he'll be dangerous, I think, because he's one of those players. Although he's been around a while, not that much is really known about him. And, you know, we've seen the cool that he's shown here this afternoon. Tian Pengfei, he was in trouble, wasn't he, behind that green? You can see the disappointment. It was a little fortuitous little flick he got to get in behind it.
Yeah, I think that in off, though. That was when he had his chance. He didn't have to play for the blue. Could have maybe played for black and pushed through. Don't know, maybe he just felt it was a little bit of a safer shot. This has gone wrong though. Has it? Has it gone right? Is he on this red into the left corner?
32.
Left middle? Oh, just about. He's 51 ahead. Still 51 remaining, so this red would be enough.
Oh, wow. I was about to say he made a real meal of the
32.
black. He took a long time to play the black, but he's still got on the red, and somehow he's missed it, and there could yet be more drama here. There's opportunity, potentially, for a respot. Wow. Match ball, that was.
Yeah, I don't think Tian will contemplate the double into the right middle pocket, so maybe try and get that cue ball down. It's a big target behind pink and brown. You got a snooker, it'd be nice. Yeah, playing the red down towards that bulk line. He knows Tian will need 3 reds, 3 blacks and all the colours just to force a respot. So knocking the red as far away from the black as possible will be to his advantage. As he knocked this red on, I think this red may be cuttable, you know, into the left centre.
Well, a chance to put out of his mind missing it in the first place in that pocket, maybe. As I say, the black before that, he seemed to take a long time over, convinced himself it was more difficult than it was, and even though he was still on the red, he just didn't seem that positive. But he needs one good pot, doesn't he? Well, looking at this one. Just to say, of course, it's 7 o'clock tonight, so a couple of hours from now, we've got Zhou Yulong in action against Jack Jones. And Saver Fai, of course, from Iran, played at the Crucible for the first time this year up against Robbie Williams. Wu Yizer against Matthew Stevens, Andy Hicks against Liu Haishan.
Does he take the... He doesn't look like he likes the red, left of the blue. Maybe taking the red just left of the pink spot. Playing it as a shot to nothing, trying to avoid the red and black. Missed the boy a long way. Has he got away with it again? Wow. He's left the cut on the red into the right centre way. He's also left a dead straight pot down into this bottom right hand corner pocket. As I said, he needs 3 reds, 3 blacks, all the colours just to tie, so there's no room for error whatsoever here. He's got to play for the black.
One.
Well, that's just a tremendous shot. What a wonderful pot. He had to go all out for that. Put all his eggs into the one basket now. Get top side of this red, left of the blue. No side. Oh, he's played it perfectly.
8.
Absolutely perfect. Well, what a frame this will be if Tian could somehow manage to get this black, red and black, all the colours for a respot. We've seen it so many times in snooker over the years, you know, you're 51 ahead, 51 on the table. You've had a couple of chances and you've sporned them and it comes back on you more times than not.
16.
I'll tell you what, GC will be feeling the worst while he's in his chair at the moment. What a chance for Tian Panfei here. Oh,
17.
Wow. Well, it should have been over. I mean, he had the red to middle, did as you said, but here we go. Tian Panfei looking to force a respot. They had a long first frame.
24.
Zhusa actually won on the black.
26.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. Just bounce this cue ball off the ball cushion. Leave himself a nice angle on the brown.
29.
Now, of course, the pink being on the brown spot, that's going to be, well, a little bit more difficult than normal. Of course, the pink was on its own spot, but got to get top side of the blue here. He's played this nicely, has to slow
33.
up. Yeah, it looks good. Oh, he's played that beautifully. Lots of running left-hand side now. Imperative he gets a nice angle on the pink when putting this blue.
38.
That looks pretty good to me. Pink and black for a respot. What a frame this is, Dave.
Incredible. He was over this match, basically. And how does Hughes pick himself up off the floor if it goes 5 each?
$44.
I'll tell you what character Tian Peng Fei has shown here. This black could have been nicer.
Oh,
well played. 51.
Well played.
Very, very good. So the black comes back on to decide whether it's 5 each or whether, after all that, Hughes is into the hat for the draw.
Your call, Benford. As it is your choice.
So they can't, the referee, with the coin toss.
Well, I'm sure, as you see, his legs will feel a little bit like jelly at the moment, because he thought he had 1 foot in the last 32 at the Barbican. Now all of a sudden, this match is very much alive. Wow. What do you play here? Do you play the black into the middle of this top cushion just behind its spot, or do you go for the double? It's quite a good shot he's played there, as you see. He's like left the cue ball tight enough to this side cushion. Oh, I wouldn't have been playing that shot like that, because automatically you're leaving a double, and it's a free shot, really. I think black in the middle of the top cushion behind its own spot would have been much more beneficial to him. Now, will he take this double on into the left middle pocket? It's got to be worth a go. What do you think, Dave?
Well, it is for victory. It's a chance to avoid the agony of a decider. Black for the win. You can't beat a black ball battle, can you? They had one in the first frame. Hughes is hoping this is the last frame.
Yeah, well, it was worth a go, and it wasn't that far away, was it? Shake of the head from Tian Peng Fei. He could just play a containing shot here. Leave the black on the left-hand side cushion there, just past the balk line. Cue ball still in balk. That's what I'd be playing. But it's a big advantage, of course. But as long as you get the black safe, it doesn't matter where you leave it. As long as the black is in a safe position, that's all you really want from here, because a difficult safety shot, this. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Trying to get that black past the balk line. Past the balk line would be better, because he's probably left another possible double on here. But it's not. A bit more of a sort of strange angle for a snooker player, this one, to play a double. But it's worth having a go. Leave the cue ball tight to that side cushion. Another free shot. he's certainly happy with the outcome where he's left the black here. Now Tian Panfei may just come off the top cushion first and just nestle the cue ball on the black. So cushion first and just roll into the black. Well played.
I mean, just think, if you go back 10 minutes, if he pots that red in the left middle, you know, by now he's celebrating the fact he's qualified as it is. There may be another frame yet.
Well, I don't know whether Tian will play this shot, David, but it wasn't the best of safety shots from his opponent. This could be a double into the right corner pocket, you know. If he clips the black on the right hand side, as we look, the black will be going across the table towards this bottom right corner pocket. And if he plays it with a bit of pace, there's always a chance, if it doesn't go in, that it's going to come back across to the top cushion and be safe. So let's see what he tries here, what's going through his mind. Does he see the shot? Is he going to play it? It doesn't look like he's even contemplated it. Well, hold on, he's coming around now to have a look, is he? He can't do the same shot as he played the last time, rolling up off the top cushion into the black because of the gap between black and cushion. So he's going to play left hand side cushion first maybe and nestle the black onto this top cushion. But this is dangerous. Has he hit it? Oh, needed to go another couple of inches. Oh, would you see take this black on? Well, maybe not. Too risky. He's having a look at the angle, but some shot to take on into that bottom right corner pocket. Well, he actually didn't go for it in the end, but look where the black is finished, right on its own spot. Not often you'd see that. He's going to play the containing safety shot, but he's got to be careful he doesn't leave a double again. He's played a good one.
Well, I haven't counted exactly, but this is a long exchange, isn't it, on this black? It really is.
Well, this is at least 5 or 6 shots each. And it's still safe. Tian has been very patient. Well, he's played another good shot here. This time there's no double on, but he's got his opponent, well, could just nestle the black onto the top cushion once more. Advantage Tian, you would say, after this shot. Yeah. Now, We want to get a lot of distance between black and cue ball here and get the cue ball tight to this top cushion. But most importantly, you've got to get that black safe. You've got to keep the black safe, whatever you do. You don't want to give him some sort of shot of a pot on this black.
Yeah, nicely done. Little sort of half tap of appreciation from you, sir. Who's going to blink first? Getting flashbacks here of Dennis Taylor praying to the trophy at the Crucible just up the road here.
Yeah, there's no trophy to kiss though, is there, on the way to playing your next shot? Memorable 1985 black ball finish. Do love a black ball game. Fascinating stuff, this. They played some great safety shots on this black. Needs another one, and he's got it, I think. This is a good shot. If it goes up into the middle of that cushion. Not quite. Does he have a go at it? He's been very patient, as I said, Tian. Is it worth taking this red, or taking this black on? He's having a look at the angle. He could screw the cue ball back into the balk area. I think a lot of players on the tour take this on. Like, a lot of players sort of adopt the philosophy, you'd rather go out having a go than go out playing a safety shot. He's being very patient, as I said, and he's played another excellent safety shot there.
The frame that refuses to end, and it may well be we have another one coming up.
Yeah, I don't know how many players on the tour would have refused that black into the right corner pocket. I see he's looking at the double now, and the double, you don't know where the black's going to go if he misses this double, and can he get it safe? It's worth taking on though. Oh, it's gone safe.
Yeah, neither player's been left any sort of easy pot, certainly, so far. So the battle continues. Is there going to be some sort of clunking error here, or will someone eventually just go for one and get it? Bit late for a re-rack. Well, yes, a bit close for comfort. Remember, in off would be end of frame as well. This is one of the longest exchanges I've seen on the black for some time.
Mm. What's he going to do? Put it on the side cushion or try and knock it up into the balk? He's knocking it up into the balk, right up the spots. This is an excellent shot. Good depth with the black. Not potable. Dennis Taylor would have had about 6 or 7 doubles at this stage. The length of the table as well, not crossways. We're still no closer to knowing who's going to win this match. Now, what's he going to do here? Let's play a little containing safety shot, get the black safe on this ball cushion. Wow. I'll tell you what, he didn't mean to leave it like that. I think he's still okay. I don't think he'll take this black on. But it was a risky one, that. Well, he's having a look at the potting angle, but I'll tell you what, it's a tough shot if he takes this black on. You see him glaring at the possibility. Tian with a wry smile on his face. He's looking at his opponent. He wants to know, is there any signs he's going to take this on? Now it looks like it's very, very close to the ball cushion, but it's probably about an inch from the ball cushion, believe it or not. So it's potable.
Missed an easier red to the left middle earlier, effectively to win. That's why we ended up where we are here on this respot. This has been going on for several minutes.
Well, is he just contemplating that? I should have won this match. This may be an opportunity to win it again.
Oh, and he's got it. Wow, what a pot to win it. So it is Yusa who completes the afternoon. There's the handshake. An epic battle on the respotted black between these two compatriots. But it is finally, as we're worth seeing again. Let's have a look at this again. It's very thin and it just kind of wobbled, didn't it? And eventually dropped. Yusa defeats Tian Pengfei 6-4. The two players conducting their own kind of post-mortem. But that completes the afternoon. It's been a memorable one. We saw victories for Tom Ford, for Jamie Clark, now for Yusa. But of course, in particular, for Jimmy White, who at the age of 60 beat Dominic Dale 6-1 to qualify for the final stages at the Barbican Centre in York. Well, he's sort of setting the shot up again. Don't need to play it again. You've already, you've already won. And he'd be relieved. He didn't want a deciding frame. Two friends here and just sort of dissecting what happened there after that epic little duel on the respot. So a thoroughly entertaining afternoon, and to round it all up, let's go back to Rob.
Thanks very much, Dave. It has been a truly entertaining afternoon. Ken, you've done a heck of a stint, and I know we're going to get you back in the box at 5 to 7 ready for tonight's 4 matches. Your reflections, first of all, on what Jimmy White has achieved by getting back to the last 32 for the first time in more than a decade at the age of 60.
Yeah, quite incredible. Amazing achievement. He's come through some tough matches. I mean, you know, he's beaten a former champion in Stephen Maguire, and the way he played against Dominic Dale, you know, and to get over the line, and how emotional it's going to be, not just for him, but his legions of fans at the Barbican in York when Jimmy White is introduced. It's going to be an incredible, incredible experience for him, and one that he richly deserves. There's no doubt about it. The amount of effort that Jimmy White still puts into the game, not a lot of people will know, but only a lot of the players and people around the circuit will know how much he still loves the game, how much he still practices, how much he still puts into the game, and this is the fruits of his labour for sure.
Do you think this is one of his biggest achievements of, say, the last 2 decades? I mean, he's a 10-time ranking event winner and he's won the Masters. So, you know, we don't want to get too carried away, but in terms of what he's done in the last 15, 20 years, well, he's got to be up there, hasn't he?
Well, look, you know, we haven't seen him too many times at the TV stages in the last 32s of the World or the UK Championship. So, you know, this is it's sort of a milestone in his career for sure. But listen, as he says, let's not get carried away. He still believes, which is quite admirable, that he can still win this championship, you know, for another time. And, you know, in itself, that is wonderful psychology. You have to just admire that itself. Whether he can or not, you know, people will ask a lot of questions. We don't know. But he believes he can win it. And that's the way it should be. For every player who was at the last 32 in York, they should all believe that they have a capability of winning it.
And those who come through this grueling Judgment Day process will have really earned their place in tomorrow's draw the hard way.
Yeah.
Let's have a clarification as to how the other 3 matches finished this afternoon. Great result for Tom Ford, because Noppon Siankan was coming into this one with some, you know, some great momentum. That was a big win for Tom.
It was, yeah. And I tell you what, I thought it was going to be a close match, but Tom Ford scored very, very well. He made a couple of centuries. I think he finished out with a nice 80, 90 break in the end. And yeah, as I said, he's a free scorer when he gets on going. Noppon has been having a better form of late and probably should have been favourite for this match, and probably was. But it was always going to be a tough one for Noppon, and Tom Ford played well enough to deserve his place in the last 32.
A word on Jamie Clark. I mean, I know we've just seen Sir get over the line against Chan Peng Fei. Chan did really well with that lovely break of 51 to force the respot, which was thoroughly intriguing. Jamie weathered a bit of a storm there, because he must have been thinking 6-0, this is done and dusted. He missed quite a few chances in that 6th frame, and all of a sudden Dwayne Jones turned it into a bit of a match.
Yeah, I think the first frame in that match was so important. Dwayne Jones, you know, had a commanding lead. Jamie Clark came back and snatched it on the black, and I think that sort of unnerved Dwayne Jones. I think if he had won that first frame, you know, he could have been a 6-3 winner of that match. But Jamie Clark got off to a good start, compounded that by reeling off frames and put his opponent under pressure. But I must say how well Dwayne Jones did to dig in, not just throw in the towel, you know, and get a little bit sort of frustrated with his form. He dug in and came back very, very strongly. And it was only a good break in the end from Jamie Clark that got him over the line. But yeah, thoroughly deserved. Delighted to see Dwayne Jones win a few matches, get himself up there, get a few points on the board. And, you know, he will take a lot of credit from this as well. He should do.
He really should, because he did so well to beat Anthony McGill, especially when you bear in mind he hadn't won a single match all season coming through to Judgment Day. So that just about wraps things up as far as this afternoon is concerned. But this is what we've got to look forward to this evening. Very much looking forward to Robbie Williams against Hossein Fafai. That's going to be a fantastic match. That's on table 1. I think Robbie will fancy the job there. Hossein might be the favourite in terms of their respective rankings, but Robbie had that great run. We were there on ITV4 at the British Open, had that great run to the semis and lost out in a nervy decider against Ryan Day. Robbie will fancy the job.
Yeah, I think he has a good chance. Hossein, you know, will probably start favourite. There's no doubt about that. And he's a really quality player, Hossein Fafai. Yeah, that's a very intriguing match. There's some good matches. I mean, Liu Ho Chan, who's playing well this year against Andy Hicks. Zhu Yu Long, of course, he got to the final in Northern Ireland against Jack Jones. And Wu Yi's, not a lot of people would have seen him. He's from the academy as well, Dings Academy. Wonderful talent, an up-and-coming player. And he's up against a former UK champion, Matthew Stevens. So some really intriguing matches tonight. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, so am I. It's been a fabulously entertaining afternoon, one in which the whirlwind has deservedly taken all the headlines. There'll be more from Ken, there'll be more from Dave Hendon and myself. We're back at 5 to 7. Who is going to be next to throw their names into the big draw tomorrow for the big start on Saturday? Judgment Day Part 1 is up and running in style. Part 2 will be underway in about an hour and a half's time. See you soon.
Legend Jimmy White, at the age of 60, he's qualified for the final stages of the UK Championship. He will be at the Barbican Centre in York next week.
Great sporting events make great stories. On Discovery Plus, watch Lycra Warriors battle.
It has been a blockbuster.
Hot shots fire.
The legend.
Sharpshooters strike.
Ronnie O'Sullivan is in 7th heaven.
And thrill seekers zoom. There's live sport for everyone on Discovery Plus.